HP, that HE, is going to force away the CTs. And the T's are taking control over middle.
They want to re-aggress in towards window right here. Twist already up in short room right here. You have Rain, you have another teammate in window. They want to see if they can gain some map control, maybe find a couple of picks, but they move away. Second guess themselves, all while NBK is walking up middle, controlling that area. Brokey hiding inside a smoke, see if he can find something. It is two players in Guardian and Neo down to low HP, so it's still a very open round right now, but clear to see where the Legends want to go. They want to visit the B-bomb side, and right now there's only one player defending that, and that's Kerrigan.
Smoke may not have bought him up enough time because they're going to start to spill out here, but it does extend so far that it blinds Alan, who gets sprayed down and amongst it. Twist, who had joined his IGL not long for this world, and Kerrigan is doing it all alone. Brokey picks up the pieces, and this is starting to get a little bit out of hand now, considering that 2 of the 5 players yet to get off the mark, and it's 2 of the heavy hitters. Guardian and Pasha both still on 0 frags.
Yeah, I think you brought up a good detail right here. Kerrigan seemed to be a little bit late with the smoke on towards B-apps, but because it blooms and it spreads out so incredible fast, I think there's a new timing when it comes to CS2, that you can actually be a bit late with your grenades and still get away with it. At least that's what happened here for Kerrigan. NBK aggressive out towards middle. Papito helping out. You called him out. 0 frags to his name before this round. Finally gets one right here, and that's a good start. Very good start for the Legends. Up in a 4v3 situation, evened out by Rubs now into a 3v3, but at the very least, there's a lot of space created for a guy like Neo, who can now walk out of Palace, potentially unspotted by Rain.
Yeah, because of all those casualties, Rain has fell back. Rops did spot players.
What?
That was awkward. Looked like Pasha had no idea he was being shot at for a few seconds, but now Guardian, last man standing, there he goes. Goes in with his AWP and picks up the first kill. Has time to pick and retrieve the bomb, and still has almost all of his HP remaining. Drop down into underpass. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Kerrigan moving around the side, and Rain's rotating through on ramp. So the team's almost trading positions, but of course Guardian has no idea as to where these 2 pesky counter-terrorists are now forcing their way in. So he's going to be very slow, very steady, just checking all of his angles.
Still got a lot of time to work with as well. 43 seconds. He doesn't have to rush into any decision. Doesn't have to step anywhere. Has a smoke, has a flash, so a decent amount of utility to work with. And right now it looks like he's making the right play. Obviously, it's hard to know for Rain and Kerrigan where Guardian is on the map right now, but he's going for the flank on towards the B-bomb side, and question remains, will Kerrigan be ready for that? He finds himself in a good position up in towards the B-apps, and there's a bit of a timing issue right here for Guardian. Still has 15 seconds to go. Is he going to go straight for the plant? He can clear bench, he can maybe clear car, but that's it. He has to plant the bomb, and I think Kerrigan right now is in a prime position to jump down and kill him. He's going to wait for it, and there we go. Misses the opportunity. It's now Guardian in a 1v1, and now it's his time to reposition. That is going to be a very tough clutch for Rain now.
Yeah, the timing here is so huge, and he's heard sound cues. He knows where Rain is coming from. It's a gimme frag, and Guardian does not disappoint. No kills going into this round, but a 3k and a 1v2 clutch for the Legend.
Yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful clutch from Guardian. Played it to perfection. Used all the time, waited for Kerrigan, and yeah, you could maybe argue Kerrigan should have gone a little bit more aggressive on towards Guardian when he was planning the bomb, but he wanted to play it safe, sort of. He wanted Guardian to run into his crosshair, but Guardian was just faster. He was aware, and he ended up in a very good position and also took down Rain. Well done by Guardian, and we get a round on towards the Legends now. Let's have a game.
Yeah, let's hope that momentum builds and swells here. Brokey misses his shot, gets punished. 65 HP, it will cost him. But Brokey will not miss on the second time of asking. Papito and Guardian both put down with authority, and it's only NBK that's bounced back in the process. All 3 Ts very isolated. Rops again with the XM, shredding and splattering NBK where he stands. And although Alan's managed to wiggle his way through on the underpass, it probably won't end up costing that much for FaZe as they hold it down. We said we got a game on our hands. We said we needed momentum, and instantly FaZe slammed the door in the face of the Legends.
At least the money bonus is still applicable for the Legends, so they still have a bit of cash to buy up here. We see AKs across the board for all the players. We see utility, but you're right, Vince. We need some more rounds attached to the Legend teams right now. 5-1 for FaZe Clan, and as you so beautifully highlighted a couple of times, Rubs very much in love with the vacuum cleaner in the XM, just running around and just destroying his opponents so far. 7 kills to his name, and I think 6 of those are with the XM.
vacuum clear. I haven't heard that one before. I love that, man.
That's what we call in Denmark, yeah?
Very nice. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Brokey, so aggressive with the AWP. We love to see that. You don't if you're on the Legends side, taking shots left and right. Alan, who managed to get himself out on the A side, can't do much with that position. And our Guardian stuck. Nice first headshot. You have to be careful with Guardian. He can punish you. 2 kills go his way. And he also does have control over 17 HP, so he can keep himself alive in this round a little bit longer. Has the bomb as well as he rotates back around. Are we going to see another Guardian clutch?
The work conditions for Guardian in this one is slightly tougher with only 17 HP. Oh, Kerrigan. Well, at least he spots him now, but it's going to be tough for Guardian. Needs an instant headshot. That could be it. The grenade coming in on towards Kerrigan. Yep, that's it. Well done. A beautiful Kobe thrown by Kerrigan, and he takes down Guardian, who, once again, as you said, Vince, came very, very close to clutching it out for the Legends. One may say that someone on that team needs to help him out a little bit, and it may very well be Pasha and Alan, who so far combines for 3 kills in 7 rounds. Not trying to point any fingers here, but we know they can do better. So a little bit of more help for the guys on the Legends side, and maybe, just maybe, we can have a competitive game.
I certainly hope so. Extinguishing the Molotov to allow a little bit of real estate, but Guardian through the smoke takes the head of Rain with the AWP. A lot of damage inflicted to Guardian, who's on a measly 4 HP, so he has to get out of there because the HE was firing its way towards him. Didn't want a repeat of that previous round. And now Alan, I will say, Alan has been getting a lot of room for himself. We've consistently seen him be on these like late flanks, these late rotations, but he hasn't quite connected the shots. That reminds me a little bit of Prime Get Right back in the day. Obviously another Swedish player. And now Alan's going to be coming out. It's Guardian on his low HP that has got another entry. There is a chance now for the Legends to get their second round.
Another player goes down, leaves it up to Twist, and Rubs now find themselves in a 2v4 where they have to retake the A-bomb site. You see Rubs on a big flank right now. Twist smoked off in connector. It's hard to imagine they're coming back into this round, especially when Guardian is holding this angle, as we know him to do so well. That is just Navi Guardian when he was at his best. He was not jumping around. He was not the most aggressive AWP player, but he was probably the best at just pointing his crosshair somewhere and always hitting the shots, as you see in this round as well. 4 kills to his name, and another round goes towards the Legend. That was a good one, and it also puts a bit of pressure on the economy on the FaZe Clan side. You can see it right here. Rubs can obviously buy something because he's only buying the XM, but the rest of the players are low on money. Some of them will have to go with an MP9, a Deagle, and there'll be a severe lack of utility as well. This is the chance, Vince. If Legends can win this round, I think we may have a game on our hand.
Yeah, break that economy down, make FaZe Clan sweat a little bit. Guardian's got a great spawn, but the smoke is in his eyes. And HE's behind it. It's going to cost him quite a bit of HP for his troubles. A beautiful, exquisite 4K in that last round on 4 HP. And in the meanwhile, Neo has been sneaking his way out onto the B side. Gets the first onto Carrigan. And although Twists is here, it's only a scout by his side. And that is as a result of their economy being in the slumps. The timing here is so rough for Twists. He goes for the repeat, has no idea that Neo is so close. But now that smoke is going to give his position away. There's still so much time on the clock here though, Pim. Like, they have a bit of control over B, and they got tons of time left.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. The B-bomb side on Mirage, I guess that's not going to change here in CS2. It's so tough to retake. In the meantime, Alan, as you said, lurking, like we've seen from Get Right so many times. The bomb goes down now as well, and I mean, at this point, if I'm FaZe Clan, I'm probably saving. Retaking the B-bomb side on Mirage, that's not going to be any easier in Counter-Strike 2. Twist getting a kill right here, that could open the possibility of them going for it, and yeah. Question remains, will they? I don't think so. I think the decision has been made. I think Rubs is trying to get a couple of kills, maybe switching out the XM for an AK, but FaZe Clan put under a lot of pressure right now. 2 rounds in a row for the Legends and forced into saving this one. Starting to look very good for the old school guys.
Rubs was so sneaky, but MBK's having none of it. He's seen too many players from the Estonian in the past. It wasn't as if I don't think Rops even had a kit, so he couldn't even ninja that one. Nah. But 2 players will go down with the ship.
Six to 3 now, yeah?
By the way, Pim, did you ever play against Alan? Or was it slightly before your time?
That was before my time. I think he's the only player on the server I've never played against.
There you go.
Yeah. Which means they never lost to Alan either, so... that.
Well, any players did back in the day. I'll get back into that in a moment because this is a very important round. Again, that economy hangs in the balance, but it's Twists with a double spray. This is why you save those guns. This is why you keep yourself with every opportunity to snatch back in. Guardian, MBK, and Pasha separated from one another, isolated from one another, and Rops is making moves around the back once again with the XM. Molly down, forces Karrigan out of position, but he can safely retreat back to the site, and he does have some cover this time from Rain, albeit on 12 HP, but Brokey also shows his hand, and the Legends now down to just 2 players.
Just 2 players, and once again, it's Guardian. We've seen him being clutch so far in this game, but a 1v5 is perhaps a bit too much to ask for, even for a guy like Guardian. Maybe they're gonna give up a couple of kills. That is a nice shot by Guardian. We know him to be so effective, so clinical with the AWP. Sure, it's been a couple of years since we last saw Guardian play at a high level, but he still has moments of brilliance. This time around, not enough, but a nice couple of kills at least to make it expensive for the FaZe clan. It's not going to be enough though to take the round, and they take a very commanding lead right here, 7-3. And I guess, Vince, we're within that area now where Legends, they would need at least 5 or 6 rounds to remain this game competitive. Otherwise, I'm afraid they're just going to run all over them in the second half.
Yeah, you'd certainly think that that is a distinct possibility. And the Legends will know this. $10,000 up for grabs, by the way, to the winner of this game. And flashes in the eyes of Rain. Not necessarily a player that you would say that you see AWPing that often.
I was just about to say, I'd rather have salt in my eyes
right?
24 hours a day than watching Rain with an AWP. I'm not gonna lie. So that's a new one. Didn't go too well for him either. Stick with the deagle, buddy. Stick with the rifle. That's where your bread and butter is at. But fair enough for trying.
This is the time. This is the time for sure. You got XMs. You got FAMASs out there. Rain on the AWP. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen everything now. As Alan is making moves again. Seems to have a very good read of the game of just getting through there, but is his read going to be good enough to realize that Brokey is rummaging around the back? It's going to be a free frag. If Alan doesn't turn around, he is a goner, and there is the taps. By the way, incidentally, have you tried the burst fire on the FAMAS?
I have not experienced with it yet, no.
It is pretty damn strong. I'm going to be honest. Definitely give it a try.
That's one of the things I missed the most from Counter-Strike Source, actually. A burst spray with the FAMAS that worked. Ooh, look at this. Rob's hiding inside the smoke. Are they aware? I don't think they're aware. MBK gets snuck down by Karrigan as well. And there we go. The vacuum cleaner coming out. Cleaning everything. Rups takes down Papito. And that's going to be the 8th round for FaZe clan. I think we said it a couple of times already. But it's pretty much last call now for the Legends. They can still get away with 7 rounds. Will be a fantastic first half. But at this point, every round FaZe clan is getting is to be considered a bonus.
Absolutely, and it feels also that these rounds are getting harder and harder for the Legends to kind of draw out and suffocate away from FaZe. So will we see some aggression, just a straight up hold W, rush the bomb site, Rops with that XM, taking the first, and Rain and Twists cleaning up the rest, but Neo is going to keep themselves in with a chance. There again, in action is the smoke and HE relationship that we were talking about. The HG blows away the smoke. They see him, they frag him down, and it's already 9-3.
That's a beautiful little detail, right? Because the nade was being thrown on top of the smoke, so it was only the top of the smoke that disappeared, while the bottom of it stayed as it was. I am so excited to see how that's going to play out when we get the pro teams and all these nerds that are going to study the game left, right, and center. I think you can utilize the, I guess, grenading the smokes in so many different ways that it's going to add another layer and another level to Counter-Strike, especially from a tactical point of view. I don't know about you, Vince, but I'm excited.
Oh, massively excited. I'm right alongside with you, man. I really can't wait to see it. Hopefully it'll be out sooner rather than later. MBK in the meanwhile, though, will be seeing Brokey in his iron sight, but he will fall to his death. Papito makes the most of that, though. A weakened Brokey is finalized. Alan tapping, desperately trying to get control over this round, but Twist says no as he forces them away. 15-5, by the way, the Canadian. Playing fantastically as ever, as the Legends looking to try and push their way onto the B site. They're going to be meeting Karrigan. The timing may work against the Dane, though, as he throws the flash out. They've already got to the wide angle. That's going to be B site open for business now.
Yeah, that's putting Twist and Rups in a very uncomfortable spot. Again, Rups with the XM. Is he even going to try for the retake? I think Guardian's going to catch off Twist here in middle. That's it. That's round over. Game over. Rubs were coming in from behind, hoping for Twist to create some space for him, but at this point, the best Rubs can do is just get a couple of kills. Maybe go for the Ninja Diffuse this time around. Does he have a kit? I'm not even sure. He has a smoke to work with, and he's still trying right here. Gotta give it up for Rubs. Yep, but he gets executed, gets fracked out by Neo, and Legends bring on another round to the scoreboard. Not too shabby. That's a good round right here. Good to see Neo and Guardian still keeping up the fracking department over on that team. Still want to see a bit more from Pasha, but if I'm not mistaken, he also used to be a CT player in his pro days, so maybe it's coming in the second half.
Oh yes, certainly a CT player. They relied more on the likes of Snacks on that T side in the classic Virtus Pro days. So definitely a player that has another couple of gears to get through. Excellent entry from MBK. Rain caught in the middle of nowhere. Flashbang alongside it. And now Pasha, the man we just highlighted, is going to be getting up close and personal in that ramp area. But Rops again with the XM. Keeping himself with these buys. They've got a second XM in play as well. Brokey's picked himself up one, and the AWP for Carrigan. A weapon, of course, he has used many times in the many years he's been playing this game. Very capable AWPer in his day.
Oh, look at MBK in a perfect position, catching off Carrigan now. Yes, another knife kill. Yep, there we go. Carrigan taking out. That's another one for MBK. So if he didn't deserve the bonus the first time around, he sure does now. Leave Twist in a 1v3. He got one kill on towards Alan. Has to ace in this round if he wants to get it, and he's smoked out from top connector. Trying to shoot through the smoke, trying to create a bit of a gap so he can spot something, but that's going to be absolutely impossible. As Guardian says no with a grenade straight into the face of Twist. Another round for the Legends, and they're slowly but surely evening out this game. I think 6 rounds in the first half, that could make this game quite interesting.
Yeah, that feels like the bare minimum, doesn't it? If they can hit 6, then there is a chance for that second pistol round. Things could get interesting, but you also can't write off FaZe. I mean, we discussed this on Office. They're a team that have done so much with deagles and pistols and won so many times in these scrappy kind of buys, so you cannot overlook these 2 MP9s. They're going to carpet bomb up middle and try and run around the back of that one, and they get 2 kills with the MP9s. This has gone horribly wrong. The Legends are getting slaughtered. They still have MBK and Pasha. There's players left, right, and center, and now it's down to Pasha. Pepito himself, who's had a slow half, and he'll be silenced last by Rain's deagle. 10-5 the halftime score.
Find that footing. I think Twist can elevate himself to once again be one of the best players in the world, as if he hasn't been the last couple of years anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with the kind of like movement, I feel like, and the update sort of tick rate situation with Twist. I think it's going to definitely suit a player of his caliber and his ability to just quickly wide swing and take someone's head off. Definitely a player to watch out for. Meanwhile, 2 frags have traded back and forth. MBK and Pasha both low. And now Pasha has to try and limp his way towards the finish line. And if he's going to do so, there's 3 players to find. Beautiful first shot from Pasha, but he can't follow up. And it's that man we just highlighted, Twists, who spins around and secures his 20 bomb.
Yeah, red alarm now. Red alarm now for the Legends. I think they have to force in this situation. They have to buy up Deagle's armor. Maybe a scout on towards Pasha biceps. There we go. Win this round, and you may have a chance of making this game competitive. Lose this one, and I'm afraid FaZe Clan will run away with it. And you can even see Twist right here doing the instant window smoke, I believe, from T-spawn. They still work, Vince. They still work. Or not. I think you failed it.
It didn't quite land. However, the second one did connect, so Guardian is still kept at bay. That's a great grenade. Lands right on Twists, takes half of his HP. Not that Rops and Rain care about that, as they've already got entries onto the A site, leaving Neo with a deagle on the B site to fend off by himself. And Guardian stuck at the back of CT. He's being aggressed upon. And it just feels like all these trades, as we probably expected, are going to be going the way of FaZe Clan. Neo was spotted on B, and now the Vultures will find their way to pick at his carcass. As FaZe move to 12-5, the Legends in real trouble now.
Yeah, they're not letting them breed at all. FaZe Clan is on a mission right now. They want to run down their throat. They want to rush them so fast as absolutely possible. And the only thing that can help the Legends right now is if they stick together and perhaps gamble on a bomb site, or gamble go towards middle, or something along the lines where they can pick up a couple of guns and make it uncomfortable for FaZe Clan. But the way FaZe Clan is running right now and playing, well, it reminds me of when they're at their best, right? Very aggressive style. always looking for the duels, and when a guy like Kerrigan can entry A ramp like that, it's gonna be very, very tough for the Legends to do anything in this game. Beautiful double kill by Kerrigan. Rain follows up with a kill more. It's 2, and there we go. It's just Guardian left for the scout.
Well, man, Kerrigan really makes it sing, just the way that I've been noticing when I've been playing myself.
Yeah, that looked
it's
clean.
Such a good gun, man. It's such a good gun now.
Well, I guess I know what I have to do after this game then. I'll go work on my guild skills.
And for those of you, by the way, that maybe are newer viewers to Counter-Strike and weren't around back in sort of mid-2000s, 2010, Alan is a legendary CS pro. He played with SK Gaming for about 5 years. He was second place at ESWC, which of course is historically a massive CS tournament, losing to Navi, a very good Navi team, Historics, etc. Won the Samsung Euro Championships in 2010 for $20,000. Played alongside Wally, Moddy, Roban, and FaZe in that team as well. So a lot of legendary players, and this is a guy that's been around the block for a very, very long time indeed. Meanwhile, though, Rop's in a 1 versus 3, and maybe the Legends are going to have that second win. There's going to have to be a lot of consistent rounds, though, and a lot of great Counter-Strike, but at least they've put the right step forward.
It's true. I wouldn't count out Rops, though. Well, maybe now. Missing that shot. No bueno. There we go. Hits the second up, hits the follow. He has a smoke, which makes it slightly easier for him to plant the bomb. He took a bit of damage right here, down to 40 HP, but with an AWP in hand, it doesn't really matter that much. Both Alan and Pasha coming in from short, so the long-distance duel right here from Rups is actually going to favor him. I think he gets spotted, but he also spots the opponents, misses the shot, and that will be another round going in for the Legends right here. But that got close. Had Rups hit that first shot, I could have seen a world where he would have pulled off this 1v3 clutch.
Oh, absolutely, and I thought he was dead to rights, as you mentioned, when he missed that first shot on the short side. I'm thinking, right, well, this is it, tag it and tag it, but at least he keeps that economy a little bit more honest on the side of the Legends, and when you have to battle your way back in round after round, it's still a huge 7-round deficit. Maybe that extra couple plays that they had to rebuy for is going to be the difference maker. You need to see those Legends, though, step up. As we said, Pasha, this is historically his better half of CS. So if he can get himself a solid start here on that secondary up, things may start to get interesting. There's a lot of time between then and now. And in the meanwhile, you know that FaZe have tons of aces up their sleeve. Like, they have so many different plays that they can go back to. The old faithful saw them obviously back at Antwerp do crazy things. We know what these guys are capable of.
We sure do. We sure do. I think they will go down in history of one of the best teams in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Maybe not the best, but the way they've been able to conduct themselves, the way they've always remained competitive, it's been fantastic to see. We see it once more here from Brokey and Kerrigan. A nice double entry. Neo entering back through the smoke, but it feels like the side has already been lost. Guardian as well taking a lot of damage from Twist, who fails a bit with the movement right here. That's one of the things that we have to talk about and discuss and get used to, I guess. The movement has changed slightly in CS2, so all these players who has perfected the movement in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, they have to relearn it or at least get used to the new movement, and that could also change certain scenarios, change certain movements, and maybe change the confidence of some players. It takes time, but I'm sure that most of them will learn over time.
One thing Twist doesn't really have to relearn is his aim, which has always been on point, and he puts that to use as Guardian is going to answer back with 1. They now know exactly where he is. They're going to charge him down. They know he have the orb. But they line up, though, so where Guardian can punish them, but he misses his shot. Not fully punished. 24 HP. Back around the corner again, but Brokey with the firing squad of Twists behind him that have nearly 40 kills between the two of them are going to silence Guardian. And, well, once again, the Legends put 1 step forward and several steps backwards.
I've noticed a couple of times that some of these players don't seem to recall footsteps in the game, and that's another point that we can bring up, I guess, and discuss at a later point. But the sound in the game is also very, very different, something you have to get used to. I don't know the technical aspects of it. I'm not sure if it's better or worse or easy or anything like that, but it's different, and that's something that people have to get used to. Brokey with the AK-47, though, we've seen that as well. He is known for his orbing, but nice entry up towards ramp right here, and it does feel like FaZe Clan is just running all over the Legends now. They want Mirage done and dusted.
They want to get to Nuke, man. They want to showcase Nuke. And why not? Another map, of course, that FaZe are no slouches on. Meanwhile, Guardian comes through with 2. He's keeping himself in a very good position here, man. Like in the warm-up game, he was our MVP. He was one of the best performing players. Here again, he's showing he can do it with the AWP. He's showing he can do it with the AKs. Still 71 HP. But Rops will not miss 2 times in a row, and now FaZe have 9 map points. And completely correct, Pimp, the sound is different, absolutely. And some players are going to adjust to that and be more versatile to figure that out faster than others. Do I see 5 AWPs for FaZe? Oh dear.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Now, what are they going to do with that 5 AWP setup, huh? Rain trying for the instant window smoke. Kerrigan, 3 players up ramp with an AWP, 4 players towards A. Ooh. Well, that works. Brokey gets the first one. He's usually also the best one with the AWP. Molotov on the balcony. That's going to be a problem for Pasha now. He has to swing out with the vacuum cleaner. Maybe he gets a kill. Nope, that's going to be Twist. Getting that refrag. It's looking very dire right now for the Legends.
Neo does come back with a USP of all weapons, though. Puts it into the dome of Rain. And now the spray is good. Guardian still alive. Takes a stray bullet, though, through the smoke. And there's a HE. 3 HP separating Guardian from his demise. And he has to fall away. MBK in the meanwhile. I was going to say the only healthy player they have to stand on, but he has been cut down with a vengeance from Brokey, who kicked off the round and is looking to put an end to it as well. Guardian still putting bullets down range, but there's Kerrigan. And FaZe Clan take the first map of Mirage in ease.
Very, very well done by FaZe Clan. Made it look easy from start to finish. Twist with a monstrous game. And then also Brokey. Brilliant rifle work up ramp. So there's a lot of positives coming out of the FaZe Clan, and I guess we said it a couple of times, Vince, and you saw it as well, Yumi. Guardian from the Legends side, he did quite well, but apart from that, not a lot of stuff worked out for the Legends.
Yeah, some promising signs. I think over time we started to see them get more warmed up into it, similar to our first game on Office, that little warm-up game, but I think, FaZe were even kind of pulling punches. They had Rops on the XM for the longest time. Brokey was kind of joining him in some of the I guess more interesting weapons, so to speak, outside of the meta. And I think towards the end of it, we did start to see them just kind of pull their socks up and just kind of get right into it. So really solid work. And of course, we do have some of those highlights from that game to show you guys. Of course, our replays brought to you by Steel Series Moments, where you can clip, edit, and share with ease. Some really solid work. And actually, surprisingly, I think we even saw in the second half pistol from the Legends, a lot of P2Ks. People are...
I guess we can discuss and figure out along the way the M4A4, and as you said, the USP versus the P2K. Maybe some of that is going to change, the tendencies, the preferences, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we even saw, some of the nades that were being thrown by players weren't always landing in the right spot. We were kind of excited, like, oh, Twist might have the instant T-spawn to window smoke, and then it misses. That's something that players will also have to adapt to, because you can't just bind a jump throw to one key anymore. It has to be kind of an action that you perform, which will add some additional variance, another skill to be sort of honed and mastered. Do you think that's going to play part and actually play a factor moving into our second map things?
I think it will, yeah. I mean, as Jacob also mentioned, like in terms of movement and jumping and making those very quick movement rotations, this is something players are going to have to relearn slightly. It's not like CS2 is reinventing the wheel, it's just adding a couple different things and changing slight things, which I think is the perfect decision by Valve, by the way. So, yeah, some players are going to take slower to adapt than others as well. And as we mentioned, that M4A1S and M4A4 debate, well, now with this current loadout, you can have both. You can take both with you, and that's a really interesting dynamic as well, because players may decide to pick up one. Obviously, the $200 difference between the costs, A4 is dearer, it costs more. But now if you change positions, or if you know certain tendencies about them playing behind smokes or using the HEs, you can spray more with the A4. So it's really cool. Again, it goes back to what you were saying there, Pimp, in that map, that tactically, I think we're going to start to see more things, more variables, and more moving parts in Counter-Strike 2, where people are going to have to be thinking a lot more than before.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the things for viewers at home, or people that haven't been keeping up with the Counter-Strike 2 developments. The loadouts, like you were mentioning, Vince, you get 5 pistols, 5 mid-range weapons, and 5 sort of main tier weapons, which are, the AWP, the AK, the Galil. Those are decisions that we're going to actually have to start to look at further and further through this game's development, because you've been talking about, the FAMAS burst, you've been talking about the Galil. Some people hate the FAMAS, for example. Some people underrate the Galil. Those are things that might actually start to see more and more play, and it seems like, FaZe were actually demonstrating the ability of some of these weapons, and we can see at the top of that scoreboard, there were definitely players that took it about as seriously as they could have. They're playing some very good positions, they're hitting some nice shots. Twist and Brokey, 45 kills between the pair of them? They were all over the shot. They were all over the Legends, Pimp.
It also feels like those two players are the ones playing the most FPL, running around the most, and they have a good grasp of how to play the Pocky style of Counter-Strike, and I'm sure they're also having a great deal of fun running around and tearing up the Legends. As I said during the cast as well, I'm super excited to see Twist moving into CS2. I feel like when everyone has to figure out how to maneuver in the game, how to work with the movement, how to aim, etc., Twist seems like such a once in a million talent kind of players, in the sense that he's just very, very sharp and quick to adapt to new changes, new ways of aiming. So as I said, he's probably been one of the best aimers and one of the best players in the past couple of years, and I wouldn't be surprised if him moving into CS2 is gonna cement that even more so.
Can we also just give a shout out to our boy Robs, who's like, you see him down at the bottom of the scoreboard with 16, you're like, oh, he probably had the XM every single round. Like, he was basically just chilling with the shotgun, and he still posted up 16 frags. So yeah, Rob's, take a bow as per usual. You're a beast.
Yeah, I mean, he was the guy that was pulling punches, but still punching them where it hurts. And I think Alan was kind of on the receiving end of quite a few of those punches. He's someone that found, like we were sort of talking about in the cast, Alan was finding some good timings. But if we're thinking about Rops as a player, he loves also working around those timings and was very frequently punishing that, even though Alan got space. So just to give a little overview of what's coming up, this is a best of 5. That's only the first map concluded. We still have other maps to play out. Of course, there have been 4 officially released. Office was one of them. We saw that in the warm-up match. It's not quite ready for competitive play. I don't know if we're going to see it in competitive play, because we've been working with diffuse games mainly. But you see that first game won by FaZe, moving into Nuke as our secondary decision. And you mentioned this on the cast as well, Pimp, but Nuke is a map that FaZe themselves are no slouches. They're very familiar with this map. Do you think that this is going to be kind of indicative of how the rest of this best of 5 is going to go? FaZe were kind of stomping.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, to be completely honest, but I'm curious to see, right? I think some of the players are going to test out different aspects of the map. We know Robs, he loves to play ramp. He loves to work on ramp on the T side as well, whereas Twist, I have this image in my mind, right, where he's just jumping up silo and rushing yard and trying to figure out how to get openings out there. So I think it's going to be individual FaZe players working different parts of the map, and then we're going to see whether or not they still have it in Counter-Strike 2, or maybe if the Legends can group up and try to play a bit more in pairs, and by then punish whoever from FaZe is trying to work on their own. So I think there's still a chance for the Legends, and if I were their coach, I'd say stick together, play in pairs, play 2 and 2, and then maybe you can punish Twist or Rubs peeking out by themselves.
There's also some interesting changes to how Nuke operates. We kind of touched on it earlier. Some of the lighting seems to have affected some positions on CT side. But I think as well, something that people have noticed is that wall banging seems to have entered a new domain on this map. And, for those at home, this is a constantly developing sort of platform and a version of the game that may not see the end of the release. But at the moment, Nuke, I think you can wallbang from like bottom ladder in hell to lobby almost with an AWP if you're precise enough. So, do you think any of these players have explored or seen some of those options? I know, for example, Rops has been streaming a lot on Twitch, and he is one of those nerds, Vince.
He is, but also I want to give a shout again to Alan, our boy. He was a 1.6 player, and what did 1.6 have? Very thin walls that you could wallbang everything through. So I don't know how much time he's had to look at the lineups. It's possible I'm giving him hype here. He hasn't even looked at the game. But if we're looking at experience and in the past, 1.6 is the game where it had the thinnest walls. You could wallbang almost everything. And maybe this is where we see Alan really shine.
Do you guys have you guys any sort of insight or any maybe opinions about how this Counter-Strike 2 sort of plays even slightly differently to Global Offensive? Because I know in different versions we've had in 1.6, tapping was very meta, spraying became more and more of a development in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, so to speak. Do you think the tapping is going to come back? Because I saw, for example, Alan, who is mainly a 1.6 vet, a lot of his duels, a lot of his fights, he tried to sort of hone into that particular era of himself. He was tapping a lot, he wasn't spraying as much. Do you think the sprays sort of changing or the guns feeling slightly different is going to affect play, Pimp?
It's a very good question. Honestly, I haven't played enough to fully make up my mind in regards to that, but I do think in the beginning, yes, there may be a case to be made that tapping and be a bit more precise is going to work better, especially when the movement feels, I wouldn't say it feels slower in CS2, but it just feels a little bit more heavy in a way. So if you can punish your opponents by getting the first tap into the body and then they stand still, then they're easier. Then you can start spraying afterwards. So I think it comes down to having the best first bullet accuracy. Whoever is taking first blood in that regard is going to have a bit of an advantage because it is slowing you down a lot when you take that first hit.
Yeah, and are there any, this is even maybe leading into that conversation that you were having about the Galil and the FAMAS. Those weapons can be very precise on that first bullet. Do you think that's maybe part of the reason that these guns feel stronger, Vince?
I think so. I mean, I've played quite a lot of over the last sort of like 4 or 5 days, but as Pim said, I'm not going to sit here and say like I've played hundreds of hours and I know all the spray patterns and stuff. It feels to me, as a gut first reaction, the AK feels a bit different to me personally, and the Galil feels a bit more powerful, maybe because of what you just said, that first bullet accuracy. I've had a lot more success personally, and I'm a trash player, I'm not a pro by any stretch, but I've had a lot more success personally with double tapping and like burst firing with these rifles as opposed to full sprays. So I don't know if that will play a part in it, as Pimp said, because it's a bit heavier. You get hit, you're slowed down, you're stuck. Then obviously we've already discussed the grenades as well. That's going to be a big part on maps like Nuke for sure. So maybe when you add those two variables together, it does maybe paint a slightly different picture. But the AK to me just feels a bit strange, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is. I'm not necessarily saying it's bad. It just feels like maybe slightly different, and the Galil to me just feels a little bit stronger than it was before.
If I've known anything historically, a lot of things do just come down to it's different, it feels different, and so therefore the brain associates change with discomfort. That's
really a good point. Yeah. Yep.
We have to eventually sort of break past. I know it happened in Counter-Strike Global Offensive when we had all these different sounds, for example. That's something that people are having to adapt to in Counter-Strike 2 as well. And that actually sort of leans into Nuke, because even in Global Offensive, sound is a very, very important factor to this map in particular. And I know, for example, when players are fighting outside, when you're an inner player, the gun sounds, it actually sounds kind of like you're in a war zone. The way that they've constructed the audio has changed so much that it actually makes it somewhat harder to sort of pinpoint where people are.
That's my experience as well. As I said, I've maybe played it 5 to 10 hours now, and I do, however, feel that the sound it's different again, not necessarily bad, but it does feel like you're in a war zone. It does feel like you can hear your mates fighting somewhere and you're not quite sure what's going on, and your brain, after having played tens and thousands of hours in CSGO, has to readjust itself for that. Also, when it comes to Nuke, right, we've heard a lot of players complain about the fact that they can't really figure out whether the player is above him or below, and I think Counter-Strike 2 has done something to make the sound a little bit different in that regard. So I think that's going to help out new players a lot and make them feel slightly more comfortable, actually. So it's only us, I guess, nerds and people who's been around for a long time that has to readjust, whereas the new players are probably having an easier time getting into Counter-Strike, which essentially is a good thing.
Yeah, a lot of sort of boundaries to be broken, especially, there are other FPS games on the market, albeit, with spells and things like that, but that's where the magic of Counter-Strike comes in, because we've got everything so simple right there in front of you. Do you think there are any weapons, Vince, that are maybe going to be oversought or maybe just sort of missed out on? We talked about the loadouts and, you have to make those choices before games. Are there any guns that you think maybe should be investigated that aren't potentially? We have a lot of meta weapons at the moment, like the MP9, the MAC-10, but guns like the UMP, for example, have fallen out of favor. Do you think Counter-Strike 2 is going to sort of amplify that?
I think maybe you might start to see more weapons like the MP5 and MP7 played. If I had to guess, I think Galil, again, and especially if more people capitalize on the burst fire of the FAMAS. Often it comes down to popularity. Let's be honest here. If we have CS2 comes out and like Simple is straight up clapping everybody with FAMASs and Galils, more people are going to pick them up because it's simple. And that's kind of the nature of how things kick off to start off with. You have fads and you have trends. I was a bit of a tinfoil hat, like conspiracy theorist on this one. I was wondering if Valve, and I have no information, this is just purely speculation, I wonder if they will end up releasing more weapons as time goes on to factor in with this loadout system to make the tactical element of Counter-Strike, as they've done with smokes, they've done with a lot of the changes that they've made. I wonder if we will start to see more weapons integrated slowly into the game, so that what you just mentioned there, Yumi, about like, do you want to miss out on this weapon? Do you want to take this weapon? Does this fit your playstyle? Does that maybe work against it? Can actually be a real talking point and a really interesting part of CS, but I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
Could be some hidden... Sorry, just to follow up on that, could be some hidden gems as well in regards to that. We all remember the Orc and the Creek. It wasn't used for the longest time, and all of a sudden NBK, one of the players in the Legend teams, and other players started to pick it up, and we got into an era where everyone felt that the Creek and the Orc were overpowered, even though Valve didn't change anything. It was right there for the taking. It was right there in front of us for a couple of years, and none of us did anything with it. So there could be a couple of hidden gems, and by the looks and sounds of what Vince is saying right now, perhaps that's
I'm going to kind of cut you off here, and you can continue this discussion in Nuke, because we're ready to go to our second game.
Let's go.
Nice. That's the best news that we could have got, really, and we'll see if FaZe can carry it on, and we are right into Nuke. Love to see that. P2000 again, as Yumi touched on before, being used from both Pasha and Allen as they push down onto Pasha, but Rain with the Julies is going to splatter him and take control over the B site. Rops has spotted a player down in the hell area of lockers, as Rain is going to go for that bomb plant. And Guardian trades back. Guardian's now down. It's all down to Neo. Gets caught, but Brokey is sent packing as a result. 3 more players for the Polish player to find, and he takes the head instantly and does significant damage to Carrigan. Nice try from Neo, but FaZe too strong.
Very, very fast pace coming out from FaZe Clan, rushing out ramp and really going forward straight away on towards the Legends. They're starting on the T side, and I think that's necessarily not a good thing for the Legends, in the sense that that gives FaZe Clan control over the pace of the game. And if I have to guess, Vince, and I don't know if you'd agree with this one, I think it's going to be a very, very fast-paced game. I think FaZe Clan is going to be all over the map within the first 10-15 seconds every single round, trying to apply pressure on towards the Legends. Question remains whether or not Guardian and the rest of the team can shut it down.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. We did see that on Mirage as well. FaZe having that no respect kind of mentality of just getting out there as fast as possible. And our Twists hiding on top of main, waiting and anticipating that one of these CTs may try and push in with their weakened purchase. It was a force buy. They know that information now. Scout out. Great shot from Guardian. Mid-air, Carrigan also tries to connect onto the second 2 players, takes some damage, but he's done what he really was set out to do. That's get the pick and fall back. Nice trade for the Legends, and they just got another one. That's an AK also picked up. A real chance at a victory here.
Yeah, very, very tough position to find himself in. Twist gives a bit of a boost on towards Brokey, hoping to find a kill right here. Legends have done it well. They've removed themselves from the situation. They're well aware that 2 players from FaZe Clan are outside, and right now there's no easy solution. There's no easy way into the round at all. A miracle almost has to happen for Twist and Brokey in this scenario. There's only 1 flash on Brokey, and I'm not even sure that's worth a lot here. Twist very close getting a kill. They're gonna try to hunt down Pasha right here, and I guess that's the right decision. Finding a kill, opening up the inner bomb site, but Vince, in this position, it's not looking likely for the FaZe Clan.
It's a good flash though. It forces him off that angle. They get the pick as well. Behind it, MBK has to reload, comes back out into the open, gets fragged down from Twists. Down to Neo, sprays him, but Brokey secures the 2v4 clutch. It looked like it was unwinnable, but impossible is nothing for FaZe Clan.
Ooh, that's a rough run. That's a rough run. That's gonna hurt a little bit for the Legends. They did so many things correctly in the first part of the round. Unfortunately for them, Brokey and Twist wanted it differently. Nice retake, walked inside lobby, and somehow, some way caught off the Legends a little bit right here with the pants down, and that was a massive opportunity they didn't capitalize on. They go for another force buy here, a little force buy, and that will be Guardian with the scout. It's going to limit his money next round. Brokey finds the first opening kill on towards NBK, and you see right here, the wall of smokes in Yarden. There was a bit of a gap. I think I said that a couple of minutes ago, Vince. I'm very curious to see how that whole meta with the wall smokes and taking map control, going down secret, how's that going to work out in CS2 now that you can just put a nade into the smoke and effectively remove that wall within a couple of seconds?
Yeah, I do wonder if you're going to start having sort of set plays where a player where Guardian is right now up in heaven throws a HE outside to blow over those smokes, and a player from main goes for a quick wide swing afterwards, you know?
Exactly,
I think you're going to start to see really cool little movements like that. Great shot from Guardian, by the way, but it was a 1v5. He couldn't do much else apart from that 3-0. But yeah, I'm completely alongside you, Pim. I can't wait to see when we have tournaments with the top teams facing off against each other on these kinds of maps, and just for these little differences, these little spicy nuggets that they can come out with.
And I guess that is the million-dollar question. I've seen it a lot in the Twitch chat already. Good vibes out there, but when is it coming out? When can we all get hands on Counter-Strike 2? We don't know. At least I don't. I guess there's a very few selected people in the world right now who's aware of that, but my best guess will be soon. Very, very soon. And I guess that's why we're so excited, Vince, that it's not going to be 3, 4, 5, or 6 months. I think we have Counter-Strike 2 out in a relatively short span of time, so I just can't wait to get started.
Same, man. Right alongside with you. I'm sure there's many people watching right now that can't wait to get their hands on this. Many budding, the next generation of Counter-Strike professionals out there watching this, eagerly anticipating their chance to get on the big stage. Meanwhile, though, some of our legends that have been there and done it are going to chime together to give themselves a 2-player advantage. MBK and Guardian both getting low, but they maintain that 2-player advantage for a few more moments. HE's being tossed out, Rain very low on 2 HP. And MBK playing around the smokes and the credit card. He is looking to try and fend off as he finds himself one down to Rops in a 1v4. He is healthy, and we know he is more than capable of making this round sting, but the timing could not have been worse.
Unlucky for Rops. Well done by Guardian right here. Well done by NBK as well, who find himself 2 beautiful frags in towards Yard. Once again, NBK showing that he's a player not afraid of going for the place. Always been aggressive, always on the move, always very proactive in his decision making, and something suggests that he's not going to change that just because he's moving into a new game. Good response right here from the Legends. The money is still somewhat decent on the FaZe Clan side, but as you can already see now, if Legends can win this round, then there's a chance. I think it's going to be an inside rush though. Or what? Rups doing a sky flash. Yep, there we go. Twist goes out the door, gets the first blood. Great answer back from NBK. Alan as well. It's a 3v3 now. Guardian caught with a nade in his hand on the bomb side. Pasha trying to help out from heaven. It's back and forth right now. Wins. It's a 2v2.
He has a chance though. Spray transfer nearly yields both. Broki's down to 16. Should be picked up. And there is Pasha to seal the deal, but that was all Guardian's doing on the site. Again, he is leading the charge. 8 kills to his name. And they're keeping FaZe honest. They're keeping that economy locked down.
They sure are. And for the first time, I would almost say in the game, they have a chance of actually going ahead. This round should be a given. A very limited amount of money has been invested on the FaZe Clan side. Obviously a couple of deagles, and we saw in Office how dangerous they are with that. But it should be relatively easy for the Legends to pick up another round right here. And maybe for the first time in the game, take a lead. There we go, NBK. Beautiful.
That's that surgical precision you were talking about. A player that is still very active on Team Falcons. A guy that I know you have a ton of respect for, Pimp, and for good reason. Many players, many fans do. He's been around a long time. Natural born killer himself. He may fall, but he's done all the damage they needed, and he's given the Legends a real chance at a 3-3 scoreline, and to maybe even catapult themselves ahead as the money still isn't fully set. Good shot from Guardian. 3-3. Much closer start than Mirage.
Yeah. This bounced for a good game, not gonna lie. The Legends look like they have it figured out. MBK playing aggressive in Yard, trying to disturb, trying to find picks. Guardian roaming around with the AWP, and the rest of the boys, including Pasha right now as well, fracking it out on the scoreboard. So I think FaZe Clan will have to try a little harder in this game if they want to walk away with the W.
Molly smokes, everything being tossed in. Guardian can't see anything. Still puts the speculative shot through the smoke. Meanwhile, though, Rain charging outside. 2 pistols in play, a Tech-9 and a Deagle. For both Twists and Rops, respectively, and MBK and Neo both chime in together. Another excellent start. Here is the little change we were talking about in perfect action. That's exactly what we were looking for, Pip, and it has delivered a kill.
That was a beautiful little sequence right here, putting the nade in towards the smoke, and I believe it was NBK who got caught off a little bit. Still doesn't help them that much in this round. It's a 2v3. Robs on a Deagle, Brokey on an AK-47, and it's the man we're watching right now, Guardian, trying to make it tough for them, finding a nice pick on towards Brokey, which leaves Robs all by himself, and with a Deagle in hand, no utility, it's going to be incredibly tough for him to do much. First kill goes towards Robs though, that makes it slightly easier, picks up the AK-47 as well, and now we're moving into his favorite position on the map, down towards ramp, see if he can find Alan, who is hiding. Sorry, that's Pasha, but he finds a nice off angle, cleans it up, and if I'm not mistaken, Vince, is this the first time in the game we're seeing the Legends actually leading in a game?
I believe you are spot on. Yes, you are on the money on that one, Pimp. This is Legends actually with a lead. Yes, it's on the CT side. Yes, you feel like FaZe have quite a little bit more up their sleeve, but take nothing away from Guardian in particular. Again, fantastic. MBK's been on point, and Neo's also been pulling his weight. Now, FaZe, Tech 9s. Is this going to be a run and gun? It looks like they're going to blow open the door. This is just going to be all A, all day. Flash is out, Molly's out. Alan, though, with the spray, does put down one, but Brokey comes straight back in with one of his own. Now trying to just take control over the site and force that bomb, but they decide to go for the vent dive instead. But they're doing it quietly. Brokey takes point in this one, but he's lost all of his teammates.
Yeah, not sure what the plan was here from Brokey, unfortunately. Finds himself in secret all by himself. Perhaps he can get a free kill on towards Neo, but it's still gonna be an incredible tough position for Brokey right here. Free frag? Nope. Anyway, gets it done at the end. Guardian, who hasn't missed a single shot, it feels like in this first half, gets his 12th kill. And that puts up Legends 5-3. I think FaZe Clan right now are starting to struggle a little bit. The inner executes, the rushes, the fast pace we're talking about, Vince. It hasn't really worked out.
It hasn't, no. They've honestly been thwarted by the Legends. And, you know, there's going to be something people and FaZe Clan players will say and fans say, like, oh, they're kind of like taking it easy. I don't think you can take anything away from the Legends. As you said, Guardian has not missed with his AWP. He has been so on point with this AWP so far. Now I say that, watch him miss like 3 shots in a row and get one tapped. Just the classic. But he falls back anyway. Still peering up on the silo. That wasn't an easy shot to land. But he has been forced away, and the rest of the T's are now pushing their way outside as well. They've lost NBK. That's a big player to lose. And it's opened up a lot of real estate outside for the T's now. This is looking a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure right now. Guardian desperately trying to find an opening, and he finds Kerrigan. Back turned, Rain answers back on towards Alan, and it does seem like Guardian is aware that something is moving close towards him. There's a play on the left side, and that's a beautiful shot from Guardian. Takes down Rain. A nice refrag from Twist, though. Instant headshot with the AK-47, which leaves just Neo and Pasha in open right here. Neo gets the kill on towards Twist. It's a 2v2, but the inner bomb side has been taken over by Brokey. They want to go down for the vent dive, though, and that seems to be a very good decision now.
Especially considering they know that one of these weapons is likely to be an AWP, and the AWP typically doesn't prevail too well on these close-knit angles. Rob's now going for the plant once the smoke plumes up. Pasha downstairs. Will he get the peek afterwards? No, Rob's just removes his head instantly. And that could be the call for the save. Potentially, though, Neo will fancy his chances. He does have a kit. Not much time has elapsed on the site itself. He has the choice of an AWP or an AK, typically a rifler, of course, in his day. So expect him to keep with that AK-47. And Rops, again, so audacious with his repeats, takes him down the exact same way as he did his Polish compatriot, and that'll be a 5-4 now.
That was one of the widest wide swings I've seen in a long, long time from Rops right here. Just completely drive-by on towards the Neo. Well done by Neo to keep the round alive. He got the kill in towards Yard, but it wasn't enough, and it's a bit of an answer back from FaZe Clan. The money is still looking somewhat decent over on the Legend sides, but they need to win this round, otherwise it goes straight back to the Stone Age, and we can't have that if we want Legends to take up a map. Ooh, Pasha finds himself in a good position, only getting 1 kill. I think he did well dodging the flash and kept his cool. It's gonna be a straight rush towards the lower bomb side. New already in position in towards double door. Puts down a flash, maybe he's gonna work off that. Nope, it's gonna be Guardian instead who's answering back. Kerrigan gets the refrag, and there's now Alan and NBK who has to retake the lower bomb side 2v3. There we go, Rain. Have to plant the bomb. Maybe not even needed. Kerrigan walks in, gets a kill. It's now Alan in a 1v3. Gets it on towards Kerrigan. Is aware there's a player behind bomb side. This is not entirely impossible.
Need to put some of those 1.6 skills to use, and Brokey says no, a 3k as he moves up to 14 kills. Both the AWPers have had a lot of success, just shy of 30 kills between him and Guardian. But that economy that was looking so ripe, it was looking so good just a couple rounds ago, it shows how cruel that CT side is. You lose a couple rounds, you are back to being broke again.
Oh, you dirty boy, Twist. You dirty, dirty boy. Don't do that. What do you reckon of the smokes, Vince, in the game in regards to the CT smokes are different colored than the T smokes? I can't really make up my mind. I think it's a cool little thing, but I'm not sure how to utilize it yet.
Yeah, it is quite strange, isn't it? It kind of reminds me of like the Molotov looking different from the incendiary grenade. I guess it's just one of those things that our brain is going to just adapt to, because, you know, the two of us have put so much time into CSGO, that any small change is like, our brain just doesn't want to compute it. Meanwhile, though, speaking of which, MBK's just lost his head, and that's a very fast push downstairs from Rain. It's looking like more of the same. You did say this, Pip. You were spot on. You were like, listen, I don't think FaZe are going to be waiting around very much. They're going to be pressing down the pedal and getting as aggressive as possible. That's what we've seen every single round so far.
Yeah. Spearheaded by Brokey so far. 15 kills to his name in 11 rounds. That's not too shabby on a T side on Nuke. And I guess 6 rounds is not too shabby either for FaZe Clan as a whole. Legends have money now. Thank God for that. It's going to be 4 rifles. A decent amount of utility, and curious to see what they're going to do with it. Guardian has been fantastic with the AWP so far in this game, but can he do and can he find the same impact with the M4A1S? I doubt it, but he's needed, very much needed right now.
Yeah, I'm also a bit worried what's going to happen on the T side. It's a whole different ball game to get all those picks and all that success when you're in the T side AWPing. It's a very different skill set to have. We know he's capable of it, but they have lost the first player already, FaZe Clan. Make that 2, and Pasha. Close combat AWPing from Brokey is going to at least make sure it's not a complete clean sweep, but a well-placed flashbang will keep him at bay for the time being. And the CTs may have a few walking wounded players, and MBK down at 20. Alan and Neo have also taken a little bit of chip damage, but FaZe have tons of time left on the clock. Rain missing that slight window of opportunity, not that he'll know anything about it. Player in the vents is scampering away and is bypassed down to Decon. The timing there for both players was so close.
Yeah, I think it's gonna favor Rain though. He's fully aware there's a player down here, and right now, both Brokey and Robs is just raiding on Rain. He has to make the play. He's walking up ramp, hoping to find a player unaware of his attendance, and I think that's exactly what's gonna happen right now for Rain. He finds himself in a good position, all while Brokey and Robs are just waiting and waiting.
Okay, shuts down onto Brokey. Now Rain and Robs with 35 seconds. This is the slowest round I think that we've seen in both maps. Goes to show how fast this game has been, but a game of peekaboo that doesn't go the way of the Norwegian. And now Robson once again in a 1v4 with a chance at glory. He's going to get sideswiped though. A player in Squeaky shortly will have him. If not, it's going to be heaven. And it is Alan that puts the final nail in the coffin. 6-6 now the score.
Yeah, they hang on. They hang on for their life right now, the Legends. Making it 6-6, the game remains competitive, and I think we can already conclude now that it's way more competitive than what Mirage ever was at this point. So it's not looking too dire for the Legends, but obviously 8 rounds, 9 rounds, that will put on a lot of pressure on towards FaZe Clan.
There'll be more aggression here as well, though, from FaZe. Looking to push their way outside. Very fast movement up on the main side as the entry comes in from Robs. And he's not done just yet. His bloodlust has not been satiated. He's going to be continuing to press forward. XM in the hands, trying to do to Robs what he did so many times against the Legends. But Robs from above gets 2 kills. And now pushes into heaven. 2v2. Alan's also up there. Robs had no idea as to how many players were located in this position on the map. A real scrappy, chaotic round, but it's gone down into a one-on-one. With still a minute left on the clock. Neo behind in terms of hit points, but may have the element of surprise. Onto Rain any second now, and he will not miss his chance. The Legends regained the lead.
A question of timing, and Neo finds the perfect timing right there. Rain had no idea what was coming for him, and as you said, they regained the lead, they regained the money control, and FaZe Clan is being put under a lot of pressure right now. There's a world where Legends walk away with 9 rounds, and I do know that Nuke is slightly CT-sided, but in a game like this, Counter-Strike 2, where everything is new to everyone, that is a dangerous position to be in for FaZe Clan right now. They would kill for another round here in the first half.
Oh yes. And they're going to try and take matters into their own hands, get aggressive again. Robs gets the entry, but they now pull the plug. They back off. They're going to ramp. This is where Pasha's XM could be so deadly. They could be so powerful. If they get in each other's way, it could be a massacre. And now Rain goes in with 2 entries. There's Guardian as well, though. 3-player stack. Missing a shot for the first time in this game. It takes down Brokey. And that's the bomb. The bomb spills out. A great opportunity again for the Legends. And it's all down to twists.
Someone signed Guardian. He still got it with the AWP. Another kill to his name. Beautiful, beautiful footwork from Guardian. 19 kills in the first half and securing another round towards the Legends. The man is on fire. He was playing well on Mirage and he's playing even better on Nuke right now. What a surprise. What a positive surprise from Guardian.
Man, it would make me so happy Pimp, if someone did pick him up for CS2 and he had like a good year or two in the game. Like, honestly, it would warm my heart to see that happen.
Well, let's make a team, Vince. I'll sign Forest, you'll sign Guardian, and we'll work out the rest.
Oh, if only I could, man. If only I could. I had that kind of power.
That or money, I guess. Good refrag from Robs here, in towards lobby. Making sure Neo steps no further. Going for the wallbang as well, getting another kill on towards Allen, who were daring enough to push in hot. That was the first mistake. Robs is on a tear right now. He wants another round. He wants to make sure that FaZe Clan stays in the game. It's NBK and Guardian in a 2v4. And it's not going to be today.
Well, it seems like FaZe took the gloves off, at least for that last round, and gave the Legends a good smacking. 8-7. Not bad at all from the Legends, but FaZe, with 7 rounds, now going on to their CT side, you feel like it's probably going to get a whole lot harder for NBK, Allen, Guardian, Pasha, and Neo. 19 kills, though, from Guardian, and 16 for Brokey, so both of them continue their fine form. Good to see Neo getting on the scoreboard a bunch there as well, though he had a couple of big rounds. But here we go. Let's find out what happens in our second pistol. A very important round.
I see some good pace coming out of the Legends right here. I think they want to rush down FaZe Clan as well. That's a nice little trick coming in from Neo and his teammate, nailing the door, catching off Rain. And you instantly see the playbook right here from the Legends. They get the first kill and then they want to fall back. They want to reassess the situation, but it looks like they're hitting inside right now. Down through the vents. Kerrigan spots the bomb. Can't quite connect the shot, unfortunately. Gets the info, goes down to NBK. Rups will have to do the work for him. That's one player down to Rups. Neo taking out of the round. There's 2 players down here. That's both spotted now as well, so I think they're going up the vents again. There we go. Allen and the Legends are toying with the rotations of FaZe Clan right now.
Yeah, they realized there was a fast over-rotation from FaZe. They made a spot-on decision, a great call. And NBK, watching the bomb carrier, had his back covered. Bodyguard system in effect. Guardian from the side on 4 HP, gets thwarted. And Brokey, alongside Twist, both carved themselves a path back into this round. Keep in mind that NBK is very low, but still removes the head. And a very important pistol round goes the way of the Legends. So they refuse to go down without a fight here.
Yeah, the alarm bells are starting to ring a little bit in the FaZe Clan camp. I'm sure they're going to force in this round. You see Kerrigan already buying the Max 7. We haven't seen that in quite some time, right? We had this period in CSGO where the Mac was mega overpowered. Everyone played it. I remember JW and Popdog on Train, or someone on Inferno in Boiler with the Max 7. You think we're going to see a comeback to that weapon in this game? Even on Nuke, right? Standing top hot with the Mac, as you see right here. It was so overpowered.
Yeah, I think it's very possible with that loadout system. I think you're going to see a lot of XMs and Max 7s for sure. And unfortunately, though, the Max 7 did nothing this round, Pim.
Nope, not today, homie. Not today.
Still
it's
3
looking
players
bleak.
left, though.
Yeah.
It feels like Robs has definitely decided, okay, look, Mirage, I was chilling, and now I'm here to just kill. He's been landing a lot of 1Ds, a lot of big frags. Often in 1vx situations as well, and still taking 2 or 3 players down with him. Guardian did hear that vent dive. That's valuable information, and it may very well have just called them away from ramp to go back onto the A site, and it is mainly stacked downstairs, so this is a great call.
And if anyone in the Twitch chat, or if anyone watching right now were in doubt whether or not these 2 teams are taking it seriously, you can see that the Legends right now are trying their absolute best, because you're spot on, Vince. Guardian heard the rotation. You could see the instant communication coming out from Guardian. Rest of the team faked their presence up towards the lower bomb site, while slowly but surely walking into lobby, walking in towards the inner bomb site, and getting a free plant and a free round. Right now, the Legends, they're playing to win. They're 1 step ahead of FaZe Clan, and, you know, I hate to say it, but they're the favorites right now on Nuke.
Oh, absolutely. And it makes a lot of sense. Like, you know, these guys are legendary players. They've won many tournaments between the 5 of them. I mean, hundreds of tournaments. You already have NBK is still an active player. Guardian is still an active player, albeit not with a team right now. That killer instinct and that competitive edge never goes from you. You can have fun and, you know, you can take things as a bit more chill and relaxed, but ultimately, you don't want to come here and get blown out and get destroyed in like a pretty shameful manner. Rops is going to go down. This is another thing, by the way, on Nuke. I forgot to mention this earlier. It feels like the bomb detonation blast radius is far higher. So a lot of positions that you could used to be able to save in quite comfortably, you can't anymore. And you're seeing it catching players off guard here as well.
I like that a lot. I think that's one of the biggest issue Counter-Strike Global Offensive have right now. The fact that, at least from a professional competitive standpoint, that we do see a lot of saving, we do see a lot of dead time, and I think expanding the radius of the bomb, it makes it slightly harder to do that, and slightly more incentivizing for people to go for refrags or exit frags or whatever that may be. So that would be a pleasant surprise as well here in CS2 if that was being addressed.
Certainly has been on Nuke. I think you're going to see that a couple more times maybe in the Dying Embers. Although, to be fair to both teams, they really have been so aggressive that we haven't really had many post-plant explosions so far. The round has typically been done much sooner than that. In this round, though, FaZe, though, did go in with some Deagles, and they had the Kevlars, obviously, from that previous round, and it's going to be a case of losing that first 2 players again, and Legends really with a golden opportunity here to secure this second map and take us to Dust 2 all even, which I think would raise a few eyebrows. Robson may have a few things to say about that, though, with his 5-7. He's hearing the jump across. He knows what's coming up against him. 5-7 is good. Close range. Removes the head of Neo. Now he can trade up as well to a separate weapon. Lands the shot, but not the frag onto Pasha, who drops down to 4.
Yeah, they still have a decent chance here, FaZe, I'd say, of making it expensive at the very least. The round should go the way of the Legends. Not gonna lie here, but a couple of kills would do wonders for the economy and maybe keeping the Legends in check. Kerrigan? Nope. I was just about to say that was a good opportunity to take down Guardian, but Guardian is on a tear right now. His 22nd frag in this game. He's topping the scoreboard, and he's doing it in style. And I know we'll award an MVP at the end of this best of 5 as a whole, but Guardian is making a great case for himself. He was outstanding on Mirage. He's been outstanding here so far. And it's not like Twist getting a kill is going to change anything about that. Maybe one more here. Yes, there we go. Takes down Guardian, and that's going to make it slightly expensive for the Legend side. You can see in the money right now, Vince, that they don't have a lot to work with. And FaZe Clan, despite being down 4 rounds, still have plenty of opportunity to fight their way back into the game.
Oof, what a shot. You saw there as well, Twist all the way on the periphery of the map near CT spawn. T-spawn lost 50 HP from that bomb detonation. So they have drastically increased that, which really does play into what you were talking about before, Pimp, with less saves and having to be a lot more careful with those things. And we're seeing FaZe now. If you're curious if they're taking this seriously, double up, Rops and Brokey. 3 M4s, 2 of which are A4s, interestingly. And we'll see if they can put any of these weapons to use as Brokey goes outside instantly. This is starting to... I think you're going to start to see FaZe like maybe sweat a little bit and start to really try in these rounds and try and grind out some of these. It's been a rough start for Kerrigan in particular. He did quite a lot of work on Mirage. Guardian, though, fends across and sprays through the smoke and gets the kill onto Twists.
That was a nice sequence, right? I think Guardian just spotted Twist through the smoke, and then you can see the traction through the smoke as well. You're curving bullet holes, and Guardian getting the kill on towards Twist and also getting a very good position going down the vent right here. I think FaZe Clan should be aware, but who knows?
Their advantage is going to give them a little bit of peace, though. Don't have to over-rotate. Don't have to get too desperate here. Guardian is still just hiding. Finds the kill. The spray goes off. Uncharacteristic miss. You expect him to land those the way he's been playing. And now he's lost all of his teammates to know exactly where he is. As they go for that wide swing, Rain will punish him and puts him into his grave. The T's economy also goes down 6 foot under as a result. And from your perspective, Pimp, having played against 4 of the 5 players in the Legends, at their prime, who was the scariest player for you to play against personally between Guardian, Pasha, Neo, and MBK?
Without a doubt, Guardian. He was at times unplayable. He was not the most aggressive AWP player, but he was the whole package. You almost felt like you couldn't walk anywhere on the map because you were always afraid of Guardian holding a certain angle, and you just knew that if you walked into his crosshair, or if you even got close to his crosshair, he would kill you 100%. So in terms of their prime and in terms of how good they were when they were at their absolute best, don't give me Guardian. He was almost unplayable.
Oh, he's up there, isn't he? He's one of the best of all time, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I'd agree. I can only imagine Kenny S being better, honestly. Kenny S with the AWP pre-nerfing in, was that 2015, 16, with the CC meta as well. I don't think I've ever played against a player who had so much impact on a game like Kenny S, but Guardian was very close in regards to that conversation.
As we've been discussing some of these legendary plays, this round has fallen into the position we were expecting. It was effectively an eco from the Legends, and FaZe have made short work without losing any plays. No casualties, great news for the CT economy, but the Legends now can bounce back in with a buy. It's going to be Guardian with a scout on the T side. Interesting.
Time to shine, Vince. Time to shine. Legends will have to show us that they can orchestrate a couple of T-side rounds against full buys. And, you know, winning pistols, winning against force buys, that's one thing on a T-side on Nuke, but winning against a fully loaded FaZe clan who are seemingly taking it very seriously right now, that's another. I think we have a good game on our hand right now, and I think we have a game that can easily go both ways. Brokey gets first blood on towards NBK though. Guardian wants to get the refrag. Unfortunately for Guardian, he only has the scout at hand. That's going to be a very, very tough duel for him to get anything out of here. Not hitting either.
Getting shots off, but nothing's connecting, and eventually he's going to run out of time and run out of health alongside Pepito, as Pasha will go down with him. And FaZe get another quick, fast fire round. Legends back into another eco. That scout not really paying off for Guardian. And this is another one of those situations where we said, like on the CT side, especially with Guardian holding angles and having tons of success, it's easy or anything. I don't want to undervalue how great he was, but on the T side, it's a whole different ball game. And especially against a team like FaZe that are going to be very disciplined when they need to be. They'll have controlled aggression as well and can be ruthless when required. It's going to put a lot more pressure on Guardian. It seems like we may have a bit of a technical hiccup right now as Neo is back at spawn still. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Just checking out his new Glock, you know, see what that looks like. All good. While the rest of the boys are spreading out on the map, Papito goes down to Rain, who I guess we're going to see that in Counter-Strike 2. Usually a monster in Yard. Like we saw with MBK in the first half, Rain likes to roam around the smokes, likes to ghost for the duels, and I cannot count how many times I've seen Rain just single-handedly destroy T-sides on a map like Nuke against any opponents in the world, even the best of the best. You talk Astralis, you talk Navi. I feel like Rain has been one of the most consistent Yard players in Counter-Strike history, at least in CSGO.
Oh, and he was instrumental in that Antwerp victory as well. I mean, he put in an MVP performance for the ages. Of course, on our previous map of Mirage, I always felt like Rain is one of the best, if not the best, ramp player on CT side. He's just so good at those kind of positions. And I mean, you're spot on. I think with the new smokes, the new HEs, he's going to be another terrifying prospect.
Just one of those unsung heroes, right? He's not playing the most sexy positions or playing necessarily the most sexy Counter-Strike. He just does the basics, and he does it at a very consistent and a very high level. Surprise.
Well, speak of the man, and he'll deliver again. Rain gets the upper hand to Guardian, but Neo, showing that there is strength in numbers, answers back. Quite a bit of damage has been done outside, though. Alan and Pasha feeling the brunt of that. Now Brokey waiting for the Molotov to subside so he can come up for that peek, but the smoke in his eyes. He may have heard some jumping steps from behind Red. He's definitely heard the bullets firing towards him. Trajectory gives the position away. Molly tossed up. Alan taking more damage. And it's a fight that still continues. It's not settling down anytime soon. Another trade back and forth, but Twists is holding on to the A site and forcing the T's into awkward positions, but Alan takes his head and removes it.
Very much back and forth right now. Kerrigan finds himself in a critical position right here. He needs to get that kill if Alan were to walk inside. He's not doing it right now, and there's still time to work with. That's NBK coming out of heaven. Is he going to check Kerrigan? He is. He's going to completely destroy him from the map, and now Rups is stuck secret with an AWP, and NBK is fully aware of that. Look at that. He's holding Rups right now. I need to go down there and get the bomb, though, so that's the one position Rups has got going for him. That's a beautiful AWP flick. White swings on towards Alan. Maybe that was a bit of a mistake. He got a little bit too comfortable right there, Rups, and he got punished for it. And once again, the Legends take the lead. Not bad by Alan at all, who's also stepped up significantly, 10 kills on towards his name in this game, but I think he found some more impact that we saw here in Mirage.
Oh, certainly. And maybe this also plays into what we were talking about on Office, you know, that a lot of these guys probably don't have as many hours in CS2 as FaZe have, especially with the player break. And you're starting to see them get more confident and more comfortable with the games as the rounds progress. So maybe the longer this goes on, we're going to start to see some more of those players shine. But in this round, the two orbs have sliced and diced the T's into a pulp. Alan and Neo remain. The two of them separated from one another, and a lot of damage being inflicted onto Alan. This is those paper-thin walls we were discussing that Yumi brought up in the pre-game segment. Well, it's all Alan now, and he has no control over the bomb. Nice shot onto Twists, but it's probably going to be a one and done more than likely as the HGs blow him to pieces.
Yeah, that seems super easy for FaZe Clan. As you said, the double AWP setup. Brokey and Robs completely destroying the hopes of another round for the Legends. And that, unfortunately for them as well, brings back the money in a very dire position. They can't force here, and I think they have decided to go for it. At least Guardian has brought up everything, Tech 9, nades, armor, etc. And if I'm not mistaken, that suggests that we're going to see something fast now, Vince. It could be an inside rush, it could be a ramp rush, but something that goes very fast.
I'm always a big fan of that. Let's see how the Legends can deal with this one, but it's so disjointed. You have Guardian runs out alone, the rest of them are going into the ramp side trying to draw away these players. Rops misses a shot, point blank gets punished for it. The MBK rips and tears through them, and MBK is keeping this round alive. Now trading up from Tech 9s to an AWP and an M4, still tons of time.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Rops right there. I think he maybe accidentally turned off his monitor or something. That seemed a little bit weird for a player of his caliber. Brokey re-aggressing ramp. Is he gonna find a free kill right here? I think he will. No. Also decides to miss. And another. What the hell is going on right here? None of the player wants to kill each other. Now it's Kerrigan though. He finds the first, finds the second, or not. Puts it down to low HP, but it will be Kerrigan finishing what may have been the most ugly Counter-Strike 2 round I've ever seen in my life. Gets the job done, but okay, Rups. You are human just like the rest of us.
I don't know if it's can we get a replay of that Brokey shot? Did he just like twitch just before taking that shot? Because it looked on.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Man.
Well, even the best of the best looks like silver sometimes.
Ain't that the truth about Counter-Strike, though? You never fully master this game. That's what makes it so fantastic. Twists down with the MP9, and MBK says, no thank you, this site is mine. Runs straight through with Guardian. Rops is keeping them alive, though, in this round as he gets aggressive through into lobby. And that lobby crunch has constricted the rest of the T's from pushing in. They don't have control over the bomb anymore either. A really awkward round falls into the position of the Legends. They were ahead for so long on Nuke, but as the finish line is coming up just a couple of meters away, they stumbled, they've tripped, and they fell. And it's down to MBK to pick them back up again. Two players are low. Rops sprayed down. They know exactly where he is now. Spray to one main. He knows where one of these two remaining players are as the HE comes through and clears the smoke. But MBK was a couple of steps ahead as he moves on to 23 kills. Down to Kerrigan now with his AUG. A weapon that we discussed. Would it start to see a bit more play? Clearing the smoke. MBK runs out of ammunition, but changes back again and shuts down Kerrigan. The Legends are still in this game.
What a round from NBK right there. Under an enormous amount of pressure, he still finds a way to get it done. And as you said, you can see from FaZe Clan, they were setting up a play right here. One of the players from lobby naded the smoke in towards main, but it was so telegraphed, it was so obvious that NBK smelled it from long distance, and he punished FaZe Clan for actually doing a quite cool team play right there. Beautiful sequence from NBK. And as you said, Vince, he keeps this game alive. 13-13. You cannot divide these two teams right now.
Next is this game. It still freaks me out that you can see your own legs in this game. It's like one of those things that it's going to take my brain a long time to get used to.
I want shoe skins. I mean, there must be a play right here.
Oh, can you imagine they got like Nike involved with some Air Jordans or something like that?
Now we're cooking.
Neo, though, cooking in this round alongside the Legends. They got the first two picks again, and they've got control over the ramp side. FaZe are struggling to keep themselves in this game. Legends are doing so much work, and already FaZe Clan pulling the plug, backing away. Mac 10 does a lot of damage, but no kills.
It's over, Vince. It's over. It's only Robs left in a 1v3. They are fully aware of where his position is at, and he will be shot down by Guardian. Legends take the lead now, 14-13. And what's even worse is the money situation over in FaZe Clan right now. If you take a look at the right side of your money, you can see that none of the players have anything to work with. They're still going for it. They're force buying into this one. Robs with an M4, Rain with an MP9, Kerrigan with an MP9, and then a couple of deagles on Brokey and Twist. This is it, Vince. We could have the game decided right here, right now.
Do we get another kind of lobby crunch situation with aggression? They got so many MP9s and pistols. I think they're getting aggressive. They're going exactly for that one. The trade is back and forth, and Rops, alongside Twist, putting their Julies and M4 to use. A lot of damage done from behind, though, as Guardian gets aggressive. He can sense weakness, but be careful, because he walks into Rain's lair, who devours him whole. And it's down to Neo. You said it was do or die for the FaZe, and they come out with a huge uppercut directly to the Legend's chin.
Classic lazy peek right there from Guardian. You cleared and you don't clear it fully. It cost him the life and potentially also cost the Legends the round. There we go. Kerrigan pounds in, gets the kill, 14-14. And now it's the money situation over in the Legends camp that is struggling a little bit. This is a very much back and forth game, Vince. It's been beautiful to watch. Something completely different than Mirage.
I am sure many people watching this are very entertained by how aggressive both teams have been. A great showcase as well for CS2. I love how Nuke looks, by the way, like the little slight differences in terms of the colors, like it just looks so much more vibrant and clean. A joy for the eyes, and the smoke does plume fully. Guardian stuck behind it. And of course, FaZe have got aggressive quite a few times in these positions, so you can't take your eye off these spots, because the 1 second you look away, you get pushed in, and that's the round done, and potentially the map done.
Yeah, it seems like they're dragging out the pace a little bit right here. It's been very, very high-paced Counter-Strike, but this time around they want to slow down a little bit. They want to come visit Rubs on ramp, and usually that's a bad idea. We'll see how it's going to turn out. Yeah, well, still a bad idea. Rubs and his 31st kill right here. That's beautiful. Another one goes down to Rubs right here, and potentially a third one. Nope, that's going to be Pasha getting that kill. He's not aware of the second player. Who's that? Ooh, Brokey. Making it tough for him still. It's still back and forth. The trade frags are coming in, and MBK also finds a kill on towards Rain, and out of nowhere, Vince, the Legends are in a prime position to win yet another round.
I'm so confused. Like, they walked into Rops, who just got 2 kills, and he basically killed a third, did so much damage, and they somehow still lose from this position. Maybe a bit overzealous with a rotation from FaZe, trying to get around the back of the Legends. Falls to Twists. Very capable of winning this round, but he's had a bit of a slow game by his own high standards. He's actually bottom fragging for his team. Rops on 32, Brokey on 28. He's on 13 frags. So this would be a great time for him to show the world once again just what he's capable of doing. But it's going to be a post-plant retake, it looks like. HE up onto Heavens, and it's going to be a post-plant for the outside position.
He's in the worst possible position right now, Twist. He's not fully aware that has been planted on the upper bomb side, and now he realized, and now he has to run for his life. He has to go all the way up secret, walk in main, which is basically the worst position you can be in. There's so many different angles to clear out right here. This is going to be mission impossible for Twist.
And it's cue the music. Is he a Tom Cruise, though? First headshot is there. MBK around the corner. Make sure his teammate is not killed in vain. A 3k for the Frenchman and a 15th round for the Legends. Best case scenario for FaZe is OT at this point, and it's going to be with another bad buy.
I think they've been caught off guard by how well the Legends have played themselves here in Nuke. It's been very, very, very good. Guardian with a fantastic first half. NBK, who's been all over the place in the second half. And now they're just 1 round away from taking a map off FaZe Clan in this best of 5 show match. Let's see. Robs dodging both the nades right here. Hoping for someone to walk through the smoke. That's not going to happen. And once again, Vince, you can see the Legends, they're just waiting out a push for FaZe Clan. They've been so aggressive on the CT side, and they've been punished so many times. I'm smelling the Legends right now. I think they're going to win this one.
Yeah, we were saying coming into this, we thought their best chance was probably Dust 2. So if they already got a map, I mean, things could get pear-shaped real quick for FaZe. Rops, though, with his Deagle. A Rye on that one, and couldn't be joined by Brokey, who's forced away with his 5-7. However, we have seen FaZe win from a very bad buy just a couple rounds prior to this one, so we know they can pull it out of the fire, as they have so many times in the past. But those smokes won't last forever. FAMAS, good headshot from Twist. Kerrigan with the 5-7. It's a hit and run. Wants to get that AK, maybe doesn't need it, and Twist cleans up apart from that, and we are going to OT.
What a game. What a game. What an ugly and beautiful Counter-Strike game at the same time. It's hard to describe. It's hard to analyze. Let's just sit back, lean back, and watch it. It is back and forth and has been from start to finish. 15-15. And at this point, Vince, it's impossible to call out who's the favorite to win. I feel like FaZe Clan have looked good, then they've looked bad, and the same could be said for the Legends. You cannot take these two teams apart.
thing is as well, like, Guardian was by far and away the best player for the Legends on that first half on the CT side. MBK has been a monster on this T side. Like, he's really stepped up so tall. Rain dropping down into the vents. And Guardian now peering outside, looking for a pixel to exploit, to pull off. Karrigan is low. Falling back his twists. Nice mechanical aim from Twist, as you'd expect. And it's that man, MBK, that's on the receiving end. He won't be hitting his 30 bomb just yet. Alan comes back in, but he walks into the den of Twists, who will snatch away the life of his second player. He also hasn't lost a single point of health with those two trades either.
I respect Alan, you know, he's aware that Twist just killed his teammate and he still goes for the duel. He's aware that he's going for a straight 1v1 duel against Twist, so you can't fault Alan for his confidence, but maybe, just maybe, you could have seen it coming that the Twist in a straight up aim duel against Alan, probably the favorite.
Oh yeah. Alan in his prime maybe would have had a chance, but it's been quite some time before he was playing regularly, and Twists is, I'd say most people, and do obviously correct me if I'm wrong here, Pimp, but one of the best mechanical aimers in the world, I think it's safe to say.
So yeah.
Just shy of 30 seconds, Guardian and Neo, last two players standing, and Karrigan has the right idea. Not leaving himself much room for error on a wide swing, but knowing that Neo likely would go in for a quiet one. Nice flick from Guardian. But he is going to be come undone from Brokey's AWP, and FaZe will take the lead in OT.
16-15. And it seems like it's the double AWP setup that is working out right now for FaZe Clan. We've seen it on Brokey, we've seen it on Rubs, and it doesn't seem like the Legends have an answer to it. Maybe they want to try their own version of it. Guardian's still on the AWP. We saw him play so fantastically well in the first half, but he has, albeit, slowed down massively on the T side. So maybe Guardian can step it up a notch and give the Legends another shot at winning Nuke.
Oh, that A4 looking like it was going to do so much damage, but obviously the door was closed. Oh, Guardian,
What?
From Brokey's perspective, just
We're gonna need that as a
down.
replay if possible. That
Yes,
is
please.
absolutely silly. What the hell? Death from above from Guardian right there.
Oh man. Brokey's like, sorry, what? And then he's just dead straight away. Guardian, though, will be picked off from Rops, who picked up the AWP and uses it against him. Just over a minute left on the clock. Karrigan comes in with his A4 alongside Rain, looking to try and spray down on these two Ts, using it behind the smoke. And now MBK and Alan stuck all alone. It's all down to the Swede. He's going to get wide swung, and Twist is having no mercy whatsoever. He just slaughters the Legends, and they take a 2-round lead as a result. So I think this is from the perspective of Guardian just before he dropped down. Yeah, here it is. Yoink.
That's so unreasonable. Well done by Guardian. We called him out. He delivered. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for the Legends in this particular round. 2 rounds for FaZe Clan. The money is not looking too good on the side of the Legends, and I'm afraid that if FaZe Clan walks away with a 3-0 lead in the first half of the first overtime right here, it could very well be it for Nuke.
It's also really interesting to see that some of these players initially started with A1Ss, and now they're changing to A4s on the A side. It's one of those little changes with the loadouts that we were discussing before. And now, in a blink of an eye, everybody falling on the Legends. It's all on MBK. He's got one frag. He lands a 30. Nice pre-fire, anticipating that peak would come in. Maintaining 100 HP as well. A lot of damage onto Rain. 1 HP for Rain. This is a winnable round for MBK. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it could have been a winnable round, but Karrigan snatches it away from him. And FaZe take the clean sweep on OT. 1 more round, and they've secured their second map.
Final chance now for the Legends. They have to do the exact same thing FaZe Clan just did. 3 rounds in a row is on the menu. If you can't deliver, that'll be it. That'll be FaZe Clan going up 2-0 in this best of 5 series. Next map we are playing, regardless of the outcome of Nuke, is going to be Dust 2. But it would be fun if Legends could apply a bit more pressure to FaZe Clan. They played so well in this game so far. It would feel a little bit bittersweet if they can't fully make it happen. Rain gets the opening on towards Alan. It's a good pick right here. It makes it even harder now for the Legends. Having to fight back from a 4v5 with the game on the line.
Guardian's stuck in a bit of an awkward position. He has the right idea. Flash out. Maybe tossing in a HE, I think. No real damage inflicted. Missing the shot. Gets punished alongside his teammates. and the House of Cards comes crumbling down. It's such a nice effort from the Legends, but FaZe proving they're just too strong.
Yeah, I think that was a beautiful game of Counter-Strike. That was a good one, back and forth. It kept us on our toes. Impossible to call out who were going to win that one. For the vast majority in that second half, it looked like the Legends were able to take it over the finish line, but as we've seen, Legends played a factor right here. Obviously, when it comes to raw aiming, when it comes to mechanics right now, the FaZe Clan players are miles ahead of the Legends, but you can position yourself well, you can use your experience, and you can use your know-how in order to punish some of that aggression coming out of FaZe Clan, and I think Legends were very successful with that, especially in the first 30 rounds.
Yeah, I know it's something that you were pointing out, Vince, that these small sound cues, these small players they found themselves in, they were actually communicating quickly. Some of these players have international experience, and the fact that they're able to communicate as effectively as that's a skill that will always carry over to these legendary players. So the fact that we're into the second map and we see these plays already developing, do you have much hope for what's the kind of future maps?
I actually do, because I think, as we mentioned before, like Dust 2 is probably the best chance on paper, at least I felt like the Legends may have, of maybe causing a bit of an upset. So to get so close on Nuke, after, let's be honest, a very one-sided Mirage, I was fearing the worst at 16-6, oh no, this could be a really fast 3-0, series and very one-sided. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit more excited about Dust 2 now. And the thing is, man, like we've said this quite a few times, like how impressive Guardian has played. I think you also have to give a nod to NBK in this game, because that second half, he was just unbelievably strong for the Legends. He's a big reason why they got it into OT and so close.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these weird positions, and I think it was actually, players like Carrigan or Rain that were trying to tying the bow on some of these rounds, because we saw a lot of aggressive play from Rops. You can tell this guy has been playing and streaming this game over the player break. Some players are coming back from holiday, and we appreciate all the players actually participating in this tournament, given that we are still towards the tail end of the player break, but they're there, they're practicing, they're getting ready. But we have definitely seen, I think, some of a difference or a gap, I guess, develop between some of the players that you can tell have been grinding through this player break and getting their skills honed in time for this potential Counter-Strike 2 transition. Do you think that, that is as evident as it looks, Finn?
Yeah, I would say so. I've been watching Rob's streaming a couple of times as well, and as we discussed already, he's a nerd in the absolute best way when it comes to Counter-Strike. He's so curious about the game. He wants to test out the limits. He wants to test out what he can do and how he can affect the new meta of Counter-Strike. So I'm very excited to see not only Robs, but FaZe Clan as a whole when they make the transition. But as you said, we don't know whether or not that's going to be within the next couple of weeks or within the next couple of months. But I think me and Vince said it a couple of times already. We're just excited for whenever it happens.
Yeah, and you can tell that FaZe are ready and rearing to go. They're even trying some things out themselves. They were exploring the grenade usage, the HEs. I know you guys were touching upon that a few times over, and it did catch out the Legends a couple of times, but they clued up to it rather quickly. We saw a great clutch from MBK thrown in there as well. You see those scoreboards, Rops, 37 kills, and on the other side of things, NBK with that 32. So we're definitely seeing some stars emerge from this Legends side. There's some good signs for the Legends, but they do start this series 0 and 2. There is another map that is still to be played. But of course, we actually have some insights, some interesting characters that are going to be joining us here on the broadcast. I'm going to throw it over to you guys to talk to both Flom and Guardian.
Thank you very much, Yumi. Welcome, gentlemen. Guardian and Flom, thank you very much for joining us. Guardian, you have just been playing these last two maps. You've been playing really well, man. We've been very impressed with some of the shots you've been landing. And how have you felt personally having played so much Counter-Strike over the years, like in different iterations of the game, how do you find CS2 and how are you adapting to this game right now? Are you enjoying playing it?
I mean, it's fun to play, but it's still in the state of a dog poop, at least the moment. But I mean, it's going to be fun in the future when the game is ready. So I'm excited to play it.
Yeah, speaking of someone who's been impressive in Guardian, the direct opposite guy sitting next to him in Flom. I've watched your stream, Flom, a couple of times. How do you find Counter-Strike 2?
I'm enjoying it. All right. Is that famous Liquid player Pimp giving me shit right now? Okay. I've been enjoying just streaming it. I had like a issue recently with it, like just like stutter wise, but besides that, I mean, it's been fun to see them kind of like progress the game over time, especially since I got to, see it in Seattle. So getting to see it, progress how it has been pretty fun. Yeah.
Do you feel like the general pace of the game, Flom, is faster or slower than CSGO? Because we were talking about this in the game, that we feel like it might be a little bit slower and heavier, but what's your take on it?
No, I think that is a perfect way to the movement. You feel heavier with the movement. I mean, even my mouse input feels a little bit like slower. It doesn't feel like I'm like lagging or anything, but it just feels like my sensitivity is 0.1 or 0.2 slower, and it's really odd to kind of get adjusted to. So I don't know if that makes the whole game feel slower. I feel on the other side of it though, with like the nade interaction with the smoke, you can really pick up the pace inside of a round out of nowhere. But like the overall feel of the game, yeah, it does feel a bit heavier. It feels like me IRL, you know what I mean? Like Pimp is CSGO, and then like you become CS2, and then you look like me, and that's how you feel. And that's how I would describe the difference.
That's a great analogy right there. I fully agree with it. It does feel like you're slightly heavier in Counter-Strike 2. I guess the million-dollar question in regards to you, Guardian, is, and I guess that's something I'm wondering, and a lot of the people in the chat are wondering, would you be willing to give Counter-Strike 2 a real go in terms of continuing your pro career, or are you done with that side of your job?
I would do that. I would be up to grind 15 hours a day. I mean, I still love the game, and finally I got to the state that I'm ready in life to play again. So yeah, I would go for it, of course.
That's great news.
I'm so happy to hear you say that, man. I'm sure there's many fans out there that are so happy to hear that as well. You are a huge part of Counter-Strike history, so I really hope that you do come back and you get picked up by a team. Also, with the slow question that we were just talking about before, Guardian, do you think that's going to make it maybe easier for an AWPer's job now? If players are feeling like they're a little bit slower across the battlefield and being stalled by these nades a little bit more, do you think that may help you as an AWPer?
I don't know. For me, it felt the same, judging by these two maps. But in general, the gameplay, I think it will be more aggressive because of the smokes, where you can like nade the smoke and the smoke disappears for some seconds. I think that will be like some aggressive players. I can see Simple and other players using that in some way. So I think it will be exciting to see how they use the new feature with the smoke. But in general, for me, it didn't feel that way. I think for me, it felt almost the same. I mean, the movement is still awful, but in terms of the question, I didn't see difference.
As for you, Flom, being the community guy of the game, being a guy who streams a lot, is there anything in particular you'd like to see integrated in Counter-Strike 2 as we move closer to the release date?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever messed around with Dota 2 at all, but they kind of have like an in-game tournament system that they run for Dota 2 cups. I would love to see something like that, some way to like activate for casual players that maybe don't want to like have to participate on FaceIt to have something where they could play together with other people over, like they do like little weekend cups, that kind of stuff. Something like that being introduced in the CS would be incredible. I would love to see them keep working on the audio because I feel like I have a fishbowl in my head. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like features, like the first thing that I would love to see is just, yeah, that tournament system. I think it'd be really cool. Obviously, everybody will say, I want a revamped matchmaking system, but I also feel like every single person has a different idea of what that even means. So going down that rabbit hole is pretty tough. But yeah, I would like a more modernized matchmaking system, as vague as that is. And I would love to see a tournament system directly implemented into the client where people could play together.
So we asked Guardian if he would be wanting to kind of grind and get into teams and play, in the future. Flom, is that maybe an avenue for you too if the right opportunity arises, or are you happy to just stay in the current position you're in?
God, no. Please say no.
Dude, come on, man. At this point, I'm all that's left. Fam. Like, give it another year. It's just gonna be me just showing up at the major. No, absolutely not, Vince. Is the very short answer.
Sad. Well, fair enough though, man. I respect it. All right, guys. I thank you very much for your time. I think we're ready to throw back again to Yuumi, who's going to rejoin us. So thank you very much, Guardian. Best of luck with the next maps as well, man. And
thank you.
Hopefully you continue to crack those heads out. Thank you very much for joining us as well, Flom.
Yeah.
Excellent to hear from both of them. Both having their own insights. You could tell that some of the opinions and some of the views that we've seen from the community and from players respectively, there are going to be teething issues. This is not also the final version of the game, so everything is subject to change. And you could tell like Guardian as well was sort of providing some insight into how he feels about it and how he thinks this game will develop, because when Counter-Strike Global Offensive first launched, it is not the game we have today. And at least now we have with Counter-Strike 2 a baseline, a foundation that we're kind of aiming towards. So yeah, no, great to hear from both of them. And I love that you prompted Guardian about that question that we've been sort of asking all throughout the broadcast, basically, about whether this man is willing to give it a shot. And he's saying 15 hours a day. Come on now. I mean, that's got to get you excited. That's hunger.
I think 10 will be enough, maybe 8, and take a day off once in a while as well. But yeah, in general, it'd be nice to have Guardian back. And we even saw, I know it's a show match, I know it's just Legends playing against FaZe Clan, but I think we still see that mechanical skill that Guardian possesses. So I don't know, I'm a Guardian fan and I've been throughout my entire career. I respect him a lot, from having played against him and practiced against him plenty of times. So to have him come back as a motivated Guardian, that'd be great. But it's going to be tough, man. There's so many youngsters out there. There's so many great players that you have to elevate yourself above. So it's not going to be easy for Mr. Guardian.
And I mean, The other thing as well, Yuumi, he basically alluded to the fact that he's only played 2 maps. Like, he basically said, of the 2 maps I've played, I feel like this, I feel like that. Like, if that's him after 2 maps, imagine him putting in some serious time and effort into this game. Like, the guy's still got it. Like, clearly he still has it.
Yeah, some serious perspective, perhaps, about the future for Guardian. But I think I'm going to say goodbye to both of you for a short moment. I've asked a lot of you so far this broadcast, as I have to inform our viewers that, listen, there are ways you could participate in the fact that this tournament is running, because SteelSeries have actually prepared a prize pack for you in celebration of this being the first Counter-Strike 2 tournament as a standalone event, as well as in an effort to kind of give back to you guys within the Counter-Strike community. We have headsets, mice, keyboards, as well as a mouse pad up and available for grabs. That's the Nova 7 wireless headset, a Prime wireless mouse, an Apex Pro TKL keyboard, as well as a QCK large mouse pad. So if you are interested in any of those, type !giveaway in the chat and follow the appropriate links to make sure that you are in with a chance to win those products. But if you don't want to leave it up to chance, then you can also type in !Apex, Nova, Prime, or QCK to get a direct link to a product page where you might just be able to cop that for yourself. Now, if you are in the regions of Poland, Germany, France, or the Nordics, we have been working very closely with our partners to help provide this tournament for you, and they have some excellent storefronts where you are actually able to sort of see these products hands-on if you're interested in seeing how any of them feel, look, or even maybe testing some of the performance depending on which of these brands you go to. Now, if you want to check out any of those respective brands or you are within one of those regions, do be sure to type in !XCOM for Poland, !CaseKing for Germany, !LDLC for France, and !Webhallen for the Nordics. We also, as much as I've said there's one giveaway, we actually have another giveaway running simultaneously. This one is for a skin in the games. Counter-Strike 2 and Global Offensive are going to share inventory management, so don't worry about that skin not potentially transferring over to that new game. But they've actually, SteelSeries arranged for a factory new Marble Fade Huntsman knife to be given away at the end of this broadcast to help celebrate this tournament, as well as, just helping you guys get dripped out in the new game. And believe me, all those skins, they look way way different in Counter-Strike 2. So if you're interested in that, type !ticket to get immediately entered, or type !steel knife. That's steel, the metal, or like steel series, if you're interested in getting more information about the premise of that giveaway. Make sure you have your Twitter DMs and your Twitch DMs open for those respective giveaways, just to make sure that our correspondents can reach out to you appropriately. Now, if you are as well interested in subscribing to the Steel Series Twitch channel, then you would be supporting the It Gets Better charity, as all the Twitch revenue from the month of July will be donated directly to that charity. That's mission statement is to help uplift, empower, connect all LGBTQ plus youths across the globe. So if you're interested in donating or even just getting more information about that charity, type !charity in the chat, or subscribe directly to this Twitch page to make sure that you are getting involved with our community effort, because gaming is for everybody. Now, there has been 2 maps already concluded, but we still have a third one to go. But before we get there, we have a short break. So don't go anywhere, folks. There will be a third map and a potential conclusion to our tournament after the break.
Sometimes you need to let loose, grab juice, get goose, tattoos, taboos, get screwed. Loosen up, buttercup, all those hate comments will never make you feel enough.
Engine. We've evolved smokes and made them dynamic. Smoke grenades now create volumetric 3D objects that live in the world. Now, not only do all players see the same smoke regardless of position, but the smoke can interact with the environment in interesting ways. It reacts to lighting, grows to fill spaces naturally. The shape of the smoke cloud can be pushed and carved by bullets and grenades. In Counter-Strike 2, smoke grenades provide even more tactical opportunities. They're just going to look and play better.
We're all adequate graduates, hearts full of calluses, but we know calculus. Damn, ain't that fabulous? Can't wait to apply all those mathematicus. But we can't get a job that pays us enough. I'm about to pop up. Fuck you, you're lost. We all know that we never really want a boss. So I'ma do what I want to, something I can't undo. Yeah, I'ma do what I want to, something I can't undo.
I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn, no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck. Everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep. Don't give a fuck, can't stop. Unplug, feeling overwhelmed. I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy. Gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it. I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
Told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away, as you fade away. smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away, as you fade away. What's wrong and why you never said you felt that way? And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray.
Strike 2 Legends versus Champions, where we take some champions and we pit them against some ex-pros and still current pros that are legends in their own right. Of course, we are already pretty far progressed into the tournament. We have 2 games already played. We've had Mirage and Nuke already elapsed, but we still have to find out whether or not FaZe can close out, as they currently lead the series 2-0. And I'm not alone in my journey through this tournament. I do have some wonderful commentators alongside me in Pimp and Vince as well to help discuss and make sure that I have my head screwed on straight, because when it came into this tournament, there was, I think I had some high hopes for the Legends, and that second map actually proved to be quite competitive, Pimp.
Yeah, it was way closer than I think anyone would have expected. I think it was even the Legends that at certain times in that game on Nuke were favorites to win. So credit to Guardian, credit to NBK, credit to all the Legend players right there. They made a very cool game out of Nuke.
Yeah, and moving into Dust 2, I know this was a map that you were kind of discussing before, Vince, about how much you're sort of anticipating looking at this map, as much as it may have provided some disdain in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Now that we're here and finally at those gates, what are your impressions about how this game will go?
I'm even more hyped for this map now because, you start off 16-6, Legends get completely battered by FaZe, and we even said after the first map, it felt like they still had their gloves on. They were still basically toying with them and playing with their food. That second map was like legit. You saw FaZe actually going in overtime, especially like going to like proper strats, proper tactics, playing off each other, having the proper reads and things like that. So yeah, I'm even more excited now for Dust 2. I think we're going to see Guardian do Guardian things. I think you're going to see, I hope Pasha has like a good map here because he's been a little bit quiet on the previous 2. And it's also a map that lends itself a little bit more to Carnage, chaotic, sort of like pug mentality type CS. So I think this is the one that I'm most excited for sure.
Yeah, and just to remind the viewers at home of who is actually on these rosters, of course, the champions that we alluded to, FaZe. There's a roster of players that have been really pulling their weight throughout the showings we've seen so far. Those first couple of maps, we've seen some great stuff from players like Rops, players like Brokey. I know Twist has had his moments, and it certainly feels like he's warming up as things go forward. I know for the Legends, there's a lot more to be discussed, I guess, as far as the players that they have employed, because a lot of them have Counter-Strike Global Offensive history, but I know we've been talking a lot about one player in particular that doesn't have that sort of rapport to him in Alan, who seemed to be getting better and better as we moved through more and more rounds.
Yeah, you'd assume it's been a long time since he's played Counter-Strike, as he was around maybe even before I was born, or at least close to it back then. So he's a guy that was playing Counter-Strike in the early days. So he's probably had a break of 10, maybe 15 years out without playing too much Counter-Strike. So the fact that he's already slowly but surely getting better game by game is a good sign.
Yeah, and I predicted the Legends hopefully to maybe even win, funnily enough, but they're currently trailing 0-2, so it's not looking too hot for me. I know both of you guys picked FaZe, but I do think we're getting ready to throw ourselves into that third map. The predictions on screen, yeah, okay, the production just felt like they had to show it just so the record is straight. I am the only one that picked the Legends. I know, it was ambitious, but I have high hopes moving into Dust 2, and I think we're just about ready to go. So I think I'm going to hand over to both of you guys as we prepare ourselves for what could potentially be the final map in this series. Dust 2 coming up.
Let's crack into this one, Pim. And to be fair as well to you, me, we did kind of touch on this. This is a bit of a sitting on the fence situation, but you could say FaZe are legends in their own right. Like, he's not technically wrong. They're a major winner. They've got some legendary players like Carrigan. I think Rain definitely deserves his own statement in that Legends conversation, as we touched on Nuke as well. So these guys are destined for glory. They're destined to be one of those teams, I think, that we look back on in 5 or 10 years' time and we say, we were lucky enough to be there when FaZe were this damn good.
Yeah, as we said, one of the best teams of all time in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Again, that whole region of period is going to, ebb out. It's going to be a couple of more months, maybe a couple of more tournaments, and that's it. And as you said, when we go back through the history books and when we go back and we remember all the fond memories we had of FaZe Clan, they will without a doubt be a top 3 team of all time in CSGO. They've done a very good job, and they've entertained a lot of us for a very long time.
Absolutely. And now we get the chance to jump on one of the oldest maps that has been around seemingly forever. That is Dust 2, and a chance for the Legend on the PC side to get posted up early on here. We're going to see any shenanigans, maybe with dualies. We saw this on Nuke. A longer range pair is Dust 2, those who are unlikely to be 250 behind the Carrigan, and that is basically all as the breakdown middle and also the perspective.
First bullet from Robs right there. A straight headshot down towards Pasha, I believe. Thank God for Guardian. He's entering back with another headshot of his own, but they've lost control over the B-bomb side completely. And look at that. We talked about it on Mirage. Retaking the B-bomb side on Mirage is tough. Now, retaking the B-bomb side on Dust 2, even worse.
Most certainly is, as bullets are starting to rattle onto the domes as Alan goes in with one of his own as well, but it's going to be a clean sweep from FaZe. Pretty comfortable in the end. Post-plant, they dial up their first round.
They sure do. FaZe Clan starting on the T side as well. We had the same conversation when we were playing on Nuke. They get to control the tempo. They get to choose whether or not they want to play fast, slow, or somewhere in between. And I think that's going to be a big mouthful for the Legends team right here. If FaZe Clan is playing in a high pace, then we'll have to see them handle that as well as they did on Nuke. But it's not going to be easy. Far from.
It's going to be a nightmare, but Galil sprays through the car. Carrigan's already showed us just how good this gun can be. And the extra Galil in the hands of Rops is going to go ahead and dice up NBK. Scout for Guardian and Pasha, all that remain for the Legends. And this could very well be a save kind of job here, as Guardian's still over on the B side of the map. And Pasha is stuck alone in mid. Swats himself up against Rops, a bit of a laboured tapping fight, but finally gets his man before Guardian puts that scout to use. He's going to sprint his way back over onto the mid, and that will be Twists waiting for him to dial in a very comfortable 2-0 lead.
I feel like there's been a guarantee throughout this game. Whenever Guardian has a scout on AWP, he will hit someone or something throughout the round. It doesn't matter whether you're losing or winning. If you're Legends, Guardian will always be good for a kill or two. I think he's played fantastically well so far, Vincent. If I'm not mistaken, we are also awarding an MVP. And given that it is a show match, I think if Guardian continues to play well as we saw on Nuke and as we saw Mirage, as we see them nade each other right here, he's still in contention for my MVP.
Oh, absolutely. I think MBK's also shown his hand as a very worthy contender. And you, to be fair to you, Pimp, you did highlight him at the very start of the broadcast that he's a player you wanted to watch out for. A lot of experience playing alongside him and, of course, against him over the years. And now FaZe into a very good position again against the USP and the P250. Only have Neo to find and cordon off, and he is lurking down in the ramp. May get the first pick. Won't be happening for him, although a bit of damage inflicted to Karrigan. A 3-0, but now a chance for the Legends to get their hands on maybe an AWP and to try and fight their way back into this game.
I think that is the key word. The AWP in the hands of Guardian. He used to be a monster on Dust 2. He used to be controlling the car area. Whenever you wanted to execute on the A-bomb side, you always had to get past Guardian, and I even feel like he was one of the players that forced everyone to smoke and flash and come up with new ways of doing A execution Dust 2, because if you didn't flash him, if you didn't do anything extraordinary, he would just stand there and kill you. He was so good at holding angles, so good at making sure that your job was very tough entering the A-bomb side. So good to see him playing towards that side once again, and curious to see if he can find the same impact in Counter-Strike 2 as he's done for years and years in CSGO.
So far he's been pretty much avoided, as it's more of a mid-B stack. And they have lost the first player. Karrigan found unsuspectingly from Pasha Biceps, who now rotates back over onto the B side. Entry frag has came in. They're going to be pushing behind this. Good grenade damage, though. A chunk of damage, but Pepito still loses his life as Guardian on the trade. Make sure that there are only 3 survivors onto the site, one of which has now been spotted in middle. And Rain can now rejoin the rest of the troops. There may not be anybody left alive because Guardian's been spotted now. Playing a flirtatious game through the double doors, does get the no-scope, but Brokey shuts him down from the back. And FaZe Clan continue their winning ways.
Yeah, another valiant effort from Guardian right here. 2 wallbangs, actually. First, he wallbangs a player entering the B-bomb side, and then he also got the last kill right here. Unfortunately, not enough, as NBK was completely taken out by Twist. I believe there was a duel from back plat all the way into dark, where Twist, as we know him, Vince, with that clinical aim, long-distance duels, it's a player that is tough to deal with.
Yeah, and he was a bit quiet on Nuke as well. It wasn't really required in the end. But we know he always has that 3rd, 4th, and 5th gear to shift through. Brokey showing that he's very capable with the rifle. That's been a consistent theme. Good shot from Guardian, also wounding another player in the form of Karrigan on the site, who should be finished off. Great flick. In actual fact, the Legends, in a pretty rough buy, have the player advantage. They have a chance to win this round. But Guardian's been tanked down and finished off by Rops. And that leaves it all on the Frenchman. MBK gets spotted, and Rops will not give him a chance.
Yeah. In the danger of repeating myself, once again, Guardian, the only player right now on the Legends team who are doing real damage. Really, really, really tough to deal with Guardian, especially with a scout in his hand. He gets the AWP once more, and I feel like that's the point of conversation that we're going to keep steering back towards. If Guardian gets a couple of kills, then sure, the Legends have a chance of putting a couple of rounds in their name. But if Guardian is all of a sudden avoided or finding no impact, then it's hard to see what's going to come from the Legends. Maybe MBK?
Definitely individually capable. Of course, the other element as well, and why Yumi is a madman for going for the Legends in this prediction, is we have a legitimate ironclad roster of 5 that have now played together for a considerable amount of time. Major winners against 5 players. Yes, Pasha and Neo have a lot of experience playing together in the past, but apart from that, not really. So you're seeing that discrepancy in terms of tactical prowess, and this is a round that's looking very good for the Legends, though. They have got it down to just Rops. He can still do a bit of damage here. Keep in mind the economy of the Legends is far from ideal, so they lose another player or 2. Even if they win the round, that may not be good enough for their future endeavors, and Rops will know that. Still, just shy of a minute on the clock. Going to be forcing down the plant as the smokes are still up. And now forces the CTs into his hands, but Alan will snatch his life away. First success that Legends have got on Dust 2.
A great behold by NBK in the beginning of the round. Neo coming in with a frag, and Alan helping in that department as well. Good round for the Legends, and as we discussed on Mirage, it takes a couple of rounds. 2 rounds in a row, 3 rounds in a row, and then all of a sudden we have a game. But for now, the money are still looking good in the FaZe clan camp. Rups can buy an AWP, drop an AWP if he wants to. They do decide to go for, just one AWP and Rups. Fair enough. It's looking tough still for the Legends, but it's not impossible, Vince. We saw the same thing on Nuke. It was also a good start for FaZe clan, and then the Legends slowly but surely worked their way into the game, and for the vast majority in that second half, they looked like the team to win the game.
Yeah, they did. Maybe just proving no mistakes. I mean, you saw Guardian was a little bit downbeat when we were interviewing him. There's that competitor in him, I think.
Yeah. Listen, you'll never accept losing, and you'll never find it fun losing once you play Counter-Strike competitively. I know that feeling way too well.
I often look in your stream, Pimp, but I do watch your stream very often, dude. And yeah, I can definitely see it. You still have that killer instinct. That competitiveness never leaves fully. I'm the same with playing sports when I was younger as well.
Yeah, exactly. Kerrigan, he feels the same. That's why he's been so stable throughout all these years as an in-game leader. He's been around for 1.6. He was around in CSGO, and I guess he's going to be around for CS2 as well. No longer around in this round. Guardian and MBK are shutting down both Kerrigan and Rups, and that's the second round in a row for the Legends. And now we have it, Vince. Not a lot of money in the FaZe clan camp, so they have to take a decision whether or not they want to force up, which I think they will, but it also opens up a window of opportunity for the Legends now. Can they take this round? That's 3 in a row. They fight their way back into the game, and they completely put the FaZe clan economy back to the Stone Age.
Looks like Twist is going to be operating with the AWP. He had the best spawn for a fast doors peek. Let's see if it works out for him. Going to be going in for that peek, but it is a flash from Neo, and he's not interested. Goes back in for more as a Molly and HE gets tossed in. So Twist's AWP has yielded nothing in return, and he's also been tanked down to 39 HP. Still in play, of course. Still possibly can have some impact, but Guardian snatches his life away up middle.
Rain answers back, but Guardian, yes, it's as safe as Amen in the church. Another kill towards his name, 10 already. In a game where you're down 5-2. It's very impressive from Guardian. Allen playing the position as short. He's getting forced away, pushed away, and that opens a bit of an avenue for FaZe clan now. They can take short control, potentially even get a bomb plant, all while Rups is doing what he does best, which is lurking. What? Guardian completely removes him through the wall and through a smoke. I want to see that as a replay if possible. At least it looked very sketchy. Guardian with another one, and he's on for the ace. Vince, 4 kills to his name. That would be a beautiful round, a beautiful sequence from Mr. Guardian here.
Oh,
stolen away, of course.
Away from Allen.
Yeah.
He's like, nope, I want my kills. Another beautiful round, though, from Guardian. Just unbelievable how consistent he's been in the series.
Yeah, I don't even know how he got that kill on towards Rups. It's through a smoke and through a wall, and then also getting one on towards Brokey right here. Guardian is on a tear, and as I said, Vince, Guardian was good on a lot of different maps back in the days, but the map he dominated everyone at was Dust 2.
Yeah, this is his home map for sure. Showing he hasn't slowed down at all. Scout from Carrigan trying some speculative shots, but it's MBK that stands tall up against him and takes middle control for himself. Getting aggressive, and that caught Rain off guard. He did check his angles, but still wasn't fast enough on the draw, and MBK spins around for a third. He has that 6th sense right now, anticipating every peak that comes up against him. And it seems like we are going to have a bit of a repeat from Nuke. A strong start from FaZe, but then the Legends bounce back with a vengeance and authority. Brokey with a P250, runs out of ammunition, not enough to kill MBK. And now, in come the CTs. MBK splattered first. Brokey did land a dink onto Guardian, but still 10 HP separated himself from a grave. And Legends have brought it back to just 1 round now.
They sure have, and in the process of doing so, build up a strong economy. You see a lot of the players, Guardian for that matter as well, flirting with the 5-digit line, $9,900 to his name, which means he's going to buy the AWP for a couple of more rounds, even if they were to lose them. So, FaZe clan have once again made it tough for themselves. Gotta give the credit to the Legends, of course. They're holding up in their own respect, but it's not a walk in the park for FaZe clan, as I think a lot of us would have expected.
Especially after that lightning fast starts. It's that man Guardian again, different angle, same results. Dial it in. Safe picks over and over again, and FaZe have a scout in the hands of Twists. Nothing else for range. He's now upgraded that weapon to the AK. We'll look to try and run and gun. And this is one of the elements you talked about as well, Pimp, when we were discussing why Dust 2 might be the most interesting map, because it's not in the active pool. Because maybe FaZe, obviously these guys have played the map a million times and they know the set plays and things, but are they rusty on this map now? Is that maybe a way for the Legends to make the most of this momentary weakness?
I think so. The Legends have played it many times as well. A nice little run boost right here. Allen gets completely destroyed by Rain, and that creates a great avenue in towards the A bomb side. They can plant the bomb, smoke down the side, and now they have to retake. And let's see whether or not the Legends have it in them.
Oh, Neo just straight through the smoke. Love the aggression. A 1-for-1 trade may not be good enough though in this post spawn, especially as Rain goes through the smoke, finds himself 2 kills. Classic Rain. Discussing before how he is one of those players that always seems to know the perfect time. And that could be one of those situations where the Shadow gave away the player in the smoke. Quite clearly could see the Shadow on the ground and MBK sprayed accordingly. FaZe Clan take their 6th round, the first in a few rounds, but as we talked about, the economy is so solid for the Legends, they can easily buy back again.
Easily. Guardian on the AWP now. Pasha Biceps as well doing the same thing. We discussed it as well, Wins, on Mirage. Were we going to see both those X-Orb players pick it up at the same time? And I think we've got the question and we got the answers to the question right here. Pasha hasn't had the best game, but with an AWP in hand, maybe that's his way back into it.
Yeah, I'd love to see some glimpses of old school Pasha, because this guy at his prime was a real monster as well. You know, like, maybe not quite the heights of a Guardian in his prime, but certainly up there as one of the most scary, aggressive. I remember watching Pasha a lot on Cash. Rest in peace, Cash, by the way. I miss you very much. But I remember watching him on Cash with that classic Virtus Pro team, and man, his AWPing at times was just absolutely outrageous. So let's hope we see some glimpses of that. Unfortunately, that shot will miss, but he keeps himself alive.
Yeah, Brokey won't miss, and he takes out the lethal Guardian right now. Jumps down to CT spawn. That's a beautiful, beautiful highlight from Brokey. 3rd shot can't quite connect, but he stays alive up until the point Allen takes him out. But Kerrigan Twist does the dirty stuff, and I think that's worth a replay right there. Beautiful little sequence from Brokey. Getting an entry on towards Guardian, and then jumping down in towards CT spawn and doing it in style.
Yeah, that is absolutely filth. Pure filth. There it is, brought to you by SteelSeries Moments. The second shot here as well. A shoulder peek draws out the shot, goes back in for a different angle, eventually shut down, but he basically won them the round by carving a path through the middle portion of the map. And we did see this as well on Nuke when he dropped down and got the most disgusting shot on Guardian out of nowhere. Speaking of Guardian, he has gone down, and Brokey was involved. He got the assist on that one. Problem is for the CTs that, although at one point they were looking so good in terms of their finances, it has now broken back down again. They find themselves with an AK and a couple of Deagles, and that's basically it. They're doing a lot of damage with these Deagles, though, and Allen wasn't far off scrapping another headshot. MBK stuck in the middle of nowhere, gets double swung, and FaZe quickly catapult their way to an 8-4 lead.
I feel like they regained their strength now, regained their footing in this game. FaZe Clan 8 rounds T-side on Dust 2. Not bad at all, considering that it is slightly more CT-sided. Last time we saw Dust 2, it was updated with the whole mid-section of the map, which means that the CT had easier access in towards middle and in towards lower as well. So it's not bad at all for FaZe Clan to have already picked up 8 rounds on the T-side. That is becoming more and more difficult, I'd say, on Dust 2.
I feel like this just kind of happened out of nowhere. It was looking like the Legends were back in this. It was 5-4, suddenly it's 8-4. And a whole different feeling comes into play. Allen though gets a bit of success. An important trade goes the way of MBK. He lost a lot of health, but he does deal with Brokey. And now FaZe have decided, okay, maybe our last chance here to really take a stranglehold over this round is an A-sided play. Kerrigan aggression does not work out for him at all. Rain falls next. It's down to Rops. He's picked up the first frag. 3 more would be required where that came from, and takes a bit of damage on the cross. He still has time, though. That's really the only thing that's working in his favor.
A minute left to work with right here, and a player who overextends a little bit, that's Guardian. Rups punish him straight off the bat, but is he ready for the second one? The answer is no. Neo pushes up and plays the double system, gets another kill, and put another round on towards the name of the Legends. 5-8. It's not a disaster for the Legends, and I'd say if they can walk away with 6 or maybe even 7 rounds, we once again have a game at our hand. We still need to see a bit more impact coming out of Pasha. He tried the AWP, didn't work out. Tried the rifle, didn't work out. Now he's swearing his guards to the vacuum cleaner. The XM in play again on a CT side Dust 2. I don't think I've seen that in a long time, but I'm curious to see how that's going to play out for Mr. Pasha.
Brokey was spoiled for choice there, went down the middle, got picked off. Ash in the meanwhile, though, is using his XM just outside of B, and that close range affair. Guardian, as so often has been the case, gets called upon and passes with flying colours. It seems like the Legends are listening. Have you ever considered becoming a coach, by the way, Pimp?
I have had a couple of offers for it, but I don't think it's something that I'll pursue for now. Maybe when I get a bit more mature and a bit older, and yeah, I don't know.
Because you did say, like, the way they can win this game is by buddying up and playing a 2-1-2. That's exactly what they've done. They started to get some success. So, I mean, it could be a future for you there, man.
Maybe they're stream sniping. Who knows? Wouldn't be surprised after all. It's looking good for the Legends, but yeah, being a coach is a big responsibility. Let's put it that way, and I'm not sure if I'm ready for that just yet. You also know me, Vince. If I do something, I do it 100%. So it's either all in or nothing. And I guess that's what's keeping me away right now.
I respect it, man. Maybe one day, though, we'll get the pleasure of seeing you coaching. Meanwhile, though, it looks like this round is pretty much a done deal. Pasha, not far off the frag. Oh, man.
Hasn't been his day, has it?
No.
Doesn't matter, as long as the rest of the team is doing well. Alan, gotta give some respect to his name in this half as well. He's playing long, which is usually the hardest position to play on the CT side on Dust 2, and he's putting up 12 kills and only 10 deaths so far. Has had a lot of impact, and it's a big part of the reason why Legends have 6 rounds to the name. So not bad from the guy who's probably been away from pro Counter-Strike for the longest time out of everyone on the server.
That's a very good point. I believe he stopped playing professionally in 2011. At least that's what his Wikipedia page says. So has been a long old time. Meanwhile, 2v2. Another chance for the Legends. I believe the first half of Nuke ended 8-7. There is a chance that history could repeat itself unless Rain and Robs with a Deagle and AK and low HP on Rain can make it work. Rain can hear both players though darting their way through on mid. That's information for Robs. They may try a bait and switch with a wide swing. Good frag from Robs. Darts back, dodges the bulk of the grenade damage, and now forces Neo into the open. He's going to get sideswiped though. He hears the shots, and Robs makes the most of that chaos. 9-6 the score in favor of FaZe.
Not a disaster, but not necessarily a good thing either for the Legends. 6 rounds, I think it's fair. But 7, 8, 9 obviously would have been better. We still have a game at our hand, Vince, but I think it requires the Legends to win the pistol round, convert, and get to 9-9. And at that point, we can start to have a conversation. Because what we're going to see now from FaZe Clan is going to be Brokey rushing up middle every single round with the AWP. Whether he's going all the way up middle or going in towards lower, not quite sure, but he's going to play aggressive, and I think he's going to be quite a lot to handle for the Legends. We see it already here in the pistol. Robs and a couple of buddies up towards middle.
Yeah, one thing FaZe have certainly dialed in every single round, every single map is aggression. It's been great to watch, and this round will be no different. However, it backfires. 2v2 in terms of trades. Robs is still in middle, though, still healthy, still alive, and has the wherewithal to realize he could be getting pushed in from tunnels. Beautiful shot onto Pasha, who gets clotheslined in mid-flight. But Rain is actually flanking onto MBK. Wasn't required. Carrigan takes him out. And although Robs has fallen prey to Guardian's Glock, it's still 2 players. A goosh onto Rain, though. Guardian could clutch this still. There's so much time on the clock, and he has control over the bomb. He just has no idea where Carrigan is right now.
It's not like we haven't seen this before from Guardian. He's been very clutch so far. Carrigan missing the opportunities, but just about gets it. As you can see, he's shaking his aim a little bit. We know it with the pistols. Sometimes when you're coming in from behind with a USP, it does become slightly random or uncomfortable, but Carrigan get it adjusted. He gets the kill, and he puts another round on towards FaZe Clan, who walks into double digits. 10-6 now. And a strong buy coming out right here. Guardian on the scout. A couple of players on the Tech 9. 3 Deagles as well. This is it for the Legends. They need to win this round. Otherwise, I'm willing to call it game over, Vince.
We'll start to at least certainly start to slip into that kind of a position. But Pasha on the drive-by. There we go. Some shades of old-school Pasha biceps. And the FAMAS spray, though, is good. Bit of damage as well into that second player. Twist goes in for 2. Double wide swing. MP9 from Rain. And they're starting to close the noose around the neck of the Legends from every angle. FaZe Clan pivot and strike, and Carrigan from above seals the deal with a 2K. He said that round was so important for the Legends, but they've lost it.
I'm not gonna lie, Vince. That little FAMAS sequence right there from Twist, the sound of the FAMAS, it sounds beautiful. Am I the only one? I feel like it feels natural that the FAMAS sounds like that.
Yeah, I love the difference, the changes they've made to a lot of the weapons. The only one I'm not sure on is the AK. What do you think of the new AK sound?
Yeah, I'd agree. But I think that's because we play so much with the AK, right? We're
Yeah.
used to how it sounds. And they changed it, 5 years ago as well in CSGO, where everyone was saying the same thing. What are these awful sounds? Blah, 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 blah. And now we couldn't imagine going back, right? So I guess we just have to get used to it. But I agree. The AK sounds different.
Oh, jeez. Shrapnel and bullets. Great return shot from Guardian, though.
Who is this guy? Jesus.
Just a monster, isn't he? Completely agree, though. FAMAS sounds fantastic. I love how the Galil sounds. I like how the Glock sounds as well.
Me too. The Glock sounds powerful, right?
Yeah. Well, Neo, good luck to you, sir. Quite capable with the Deagle, of course, but you can see that he already knows there's a very strong possibility he's being flanked. It just comes down to timing, really. He's also trying to dart through, he's anticipating, and that's the difference. If a smoke is up there in CSGO, you probably feel fairly confident that you can keep your back to the smoke and watch your rotation. Now that you know a HG can blow open that smoke and you're completely open from the back, it forces players to have eyes in the back of their head. It really does make a big difference in situations like that.
It does, and it will be. Just imagine whenever players like Monacy or Robs or Hooksy, for that matter, some of these students of the game, they come up with different ways of manipulating the smokes and doing that. It's going to be a nightmare for a lot of players, I think. Another player who is a nightmare to be up against is, of course, Brokey. Aggressive on towards long with the AWP. Robs in towards lower dark, as we spoke about in the beginning of this half. It's going to be relentless aggression coming out of FaZe Clan. This time, though, it's dealt with by Neo and Papito. The two Polish players are teaming up to make the Legends go into a 3v3 scenario, a round where they have a decent shot at winning it. The problem for them is that FaZe Clan is already by now pushing up middle once more, and that's going to give them a lot of information as to where the Legends are on the map.
Certainly will, and they have no double smokes for the cross. However, with the new smokes in, one smoke does actually fill the entire cross. That used to require two. Now just the one. There's another nice little change that you see in effect. Molly toss to the back of the site as well. And doing so, Neo can just go for that straight up plant. Can Rain stop this? No, he's waiting for the smoke to clear. Shows his hand, snatches the life of one player, but he wasn't anticipating a second. Both players exceptionally low. Between the two of them, they had about 50, but you can now make it 35. And Twist is darting to the site. Timing could be everything for this. Looks to try and peek onto the short side here, but no one is home. Still looking at the site. He has a kit though, and he has time. Just half of that fuse remains. One bullet should seal the deal here for Twist. Ring around the rosy, and Neo's got the perfect timing so far, but he does get struck from above. And Twist was always going to be the favorite to win that round in that position.
It looked like Twist just about spotted the butt of Neo sticking out from that box, because I think Neo played it absolutely perfect. Never gave up his position, never was spotted until the very last moment, where I think a bit of the butt cheek from Neo's right side butt, maybe left side, who knows, stuck out from the box, and that was enough for Twist to get the kill and enough for FaZe Clan to get the round. It's 13-6 now. This will be it. This is the last chance. It's going to be a full buy, obviously, coming out from Legends, but unless they get some rounds right here, right now, I'm afraid we're going to have a Mirage repeat where it's been FaZe pretty much from start to finish.
Yeah, there was that brief period in the first half where it was 5-4 and you were thinking maybe this could get interesting, but since then, FaZe have been in cruise control. Nice shot though, through the smoke with the flashbang, Carrigan with the spray. Using the A4 in this round, HG has damage written all over it as it just lands on top of the T's and shreds down Pasha. Neo, though, returns fire. And they do maintain the player advantage, but only for a couple more seconds. 3-3, but now Twist is dissecting them up mid.
(14-6) now. It's looking like the beginning of the end, unfortunately, for the Legends. I'm not quite sure what I'd suggest them to do right here. Guardian has been picking up the scout for a couple of rounds. Would have been nice of him to maybe save for an AWP, but I think he realizes as well how desperate they are for rounds right now. We were praising NBK for playing some fantastic Counter-Strike on Nuke. I think he's done well here and does too as well, but it is those two players I'm looking towards. If they want to stand a chance of fighting their way back into this game, we need to see more from NBK and we need to see more from Guardian. Ooh, look at this Twist pushing up middle. They're not ready for it right now. They're simply not ready.
Yeah, there's that ruthless aggression you're talking about up middle. Whether it be Brokey or Carrigan or Twist, the end result is the same. Carrigan has the right idea, but just slightly off. Oh, goes back in for seconds, and MBK just gets removed. Nothing he could have done about that one. Rain now knows at least one player is hiding behind the smoke, which is about to clear. Sprayed down, not quite on point. Pasha drops to 5, but still alive, still in the fight. And Rops with the MP9 wraps around the back of them. This is going to make them feel very suffocated indeed, because there is no return. There is no retreat without Rops spotting it. That allows all 3 CTs to now stack on this side of the map, or mid respectively. And Alan coming round the corner. You're not going to get the kill. Pasha on 5 HP, gets one, tries to spray in for the second, but just misses out on the transfer. And that'll be 9 match points now to FaZe to secure this best of 5, 3-0.
Absolute final call now coming in for the Legends. Guardian picking up the AWP. Alan picking up the Scout. Maybe, just maybe, they can get lucky and find either Kerrigan or Brokey. Kerrigan, who once again picked up the AWP. Maybe not a lot of people know that, but Kerrigan actually used to be the secondary AWP for a lot of the Danish teams he was playing in the beginning of his Counter-Strike Global Offensive career. Good to see him picking it up once more here. Brokey goes down, the same does NBK, so it's a 4v4. Harpedo finding a kill, so does Rain. It's back and forth right now, 3v3. Doesn't seem like the Legends can find their footing here, Vince.
It seems like they're going to go down here without too much of a fight on Dust 2. I think they can still hold their heads high, especially for that Nuke performance. They went against a very powerful and strong FaZe team here, as Alan showing himself quite the capable sniper. Of course, back in the day in SK Gaming, he was mainly known as a rifle player. But as it stands right now, alongside the AWP, the 2 of these players looking to try and at least buy up a couple more rounds and make this a more respectable scoreline. Rain, though, will definitely have a few things to say about that. A player that is always so calm. Could be in the most pressure situations, and he still looks like he's barely breaking sweat. And on 10 HP, he has a chance to clutch this, and he will clutch this all alone. 16-6 and a 3-0 clean sweep from FaZe Clan.
Nice and easy from FaZe Clan. They were dominating pretty much from start to finish in this game. It got close in the beginning. I would argue we saw the Legends win 2-3 rounds in a row in the first half, and we thought maybe they're pulling off another nuke, but unfortunately they weren't made up for it here in Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, a bit back and forth at the start, but yeah, you could see the separation. And I think as much as we were maybe leading on a bit of the conversation of it's not been in the active duty map pool for a period of time, it was also one of the first maps I was introduced to the Counter-Strike 2 limited test. There were maybe some ways that the Legends could actually prove to be a bit more formidable, but let's also remember that FaZe were also a very strong team on this map, and they showed and put their foot down towards the end. I think, you know, they really pulled their socks up as the day went on. As soon as that Nuke game came close, they weren't messing around here on Dust 2, Pim.
No, they went. It looked like FaZe Clan had them from start to finish. They played mega aggressive Counter-Strike, and as we said, Brokey pocking it out, you know, running around, does what he does best. He's a joy to the eye to watch play Counter-Strike. Same could be said for Kerrigan as well. Mega aggressive on towards long. So it was relatively easy for FaZe Clan, and on a map like Dust 2, it's just gonna spin out of control. It's a snowball effect sometimes, where if you don't shut it down to begin with, it's just game over.
It felt like that game kind of flashed by in an instant. So we actually have some replays brought to you by Steel Series Moments, where you can clip, edit, and share with ease. Just to sort of hone you guys into what was kind of happening in this game. A very compelling kind of opening start for the Legends, and one of the players that we've been kind of touching on and kind of highlighting, more so for the reason that I think people that have only followed Counter-Strike Global Offensive won't be as familiar with his sort of repertoire or his particular resume, is Alan, who got off to a very hot start on that T side, or a CT side, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, he was seemingly coming into his own the more maps and the more rounds that went by. You could see him building confidence and getting more comfortable with the game and showing us why at one point he was so feared many, many years ago. And it was great to see, because you don't want to see any of these players have a rough day at the office. You know, yeah, it's a show match, but they're still out here playing in front of thousands and thousands of people, and they still have that competitive edge that we were discussing before in the best of, or what ended up basically just being the 3 maps. But yeah, it was good to see him, because he was a bit quiet in the first map. Second map, he had a lot more impact. And then unfortunately here, they just ran into a FaZe Clan that were having just no second chances at all. Like Brokey, in all 3 maps, has just been an absolute standout player for me, because whether it be the AWP, whether it be the rifles, this guy has been a nightmare for the Legends. And he just continued that going forward here in this map as well.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of Brokey's, brand, you know, very stoic. You know, when you look at him in interviews, he's always just giving kind of one-word responses, just another day at the office, and it felt like he treated it pretty much as that, Pimp.
He's fun. He's always playing like he doesn't give a damn, you know, and I like that style of Counter-Strike. He's Estonian, Latvian if I'm not mistaken, right? But he almost plays like he's a Finnish dude in the sense that he always, you know, just doesn't care. I feel like it takes a lot to rattle him out. It takes a lot to make Brokey feel the pressure, and it's also the type of player that I've seen over the years, you know, thrive in pressure. Whenever it is a clutch scenario, whenever the game is 14-14, it feels like Brokey is stepping up for the occasion, and it wasn't needed today, but it's good to see that he can still run around, have fun, and be the young Brokey as well, that is just poking around and having a good time.
Yeah, and it felt like FaZe were really cluing themselves back into this clutch as well from Twist. You know, you just see the patience on display from all these FaZe members. It felt like they were really going back to when Dust2 was in that active circuit, a lot of the aggressive moves that they were pulling off, even with the changes to the smokes. And, you know, they're trying to get tricky with it. I think we've seen FaZe, I think, explore that more so than the Legends, who some of them only got access today, for example, or have only really had a chance to play CS2 today. But a very commendable effort, and so FaZe Clan, they win this series 3-0, and they get their hands on some extra money as well, $10,000 into the back pocket of what is a very successful team already. And you see that scoreboard, everybody was contributing, weren't they, Vince?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you could pick any map and you could probably highlight each and every one of these players to have their moments in the spotlight. I mean, Rops was an absolute phenom on Nuke. I think he ended with 32 or 33 kills. Brokey's been a beast throughout. Rain, of course, is just Mr. Dependable. He's always consistent. Karrigan had some fantastic performances. And like Twist is typically one of those players that you look at when they're at these like top level tournaments. You're thinking, right, he probably needs to perform to like a sort of 7 or an 8 out of 10 by his standards, and he's going to be a monster. Well, he wasn't really required today. You know, the rest of the team was just pulling their weight so well. And that's also one of the reasons why FaZe is such a formidable and terrifying team anyway. There aren't that many obvious weak links in this squad in terms of fragging power. Karrigan even has his days where he'll outshine. So, I mean, this is why Pimp and I expected that they would win. And if we're being honest, you probably thought they were going to win anyway. You were doing it just to play devil's advocate.
I mean, you know, I was trying to hype them up a little bit, I guess. But, you know, they showed some impressive work. And yeah, okay, listen, I lose. That's fine. I'm fine with you guys both being winners. But there's actually going to be a winner they're going to be able to talk to, as well as another legend. You guys have the privilege of talking now to Karrigan and Pasha. I'll throw it over to you guys to give us a little interview.
Thank you very much. Welcome, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. And look at Pasha. He's still got those big biceps. Still got those massive biceps.
Hello.
We'll start with you, Pasha. First off, well played, and thank you very much for the entertainment. It was a really fun game to watch. Both of your teams being very aggressive and having a really good time. In terms of Counter-Strike 2, Pasha, what are your thoughts and feelings about this game as somebody that obviously you've been retired for a while and you've been doing other things with life like MMA? It's been great to watch you in MMA, by the way. I've been loving that. What are your thoughts on CS2 as a game? Are you enjoying playing this? Are you excited for the future?
Today I am playing like my first time I play like a CS. I am touching this game, so I think the game is the same. I think this is maybe a little bit change the nades. You know, you need to adapt with this all the things. The sounds are different, but the game sense and everything is the same. So I think we have like the same team, same players. In the beginning, I thought there will be like a lot of new players, but I think old players experience, and we don't expect like a new players soon. I think. Sorry for my English.
No, it's perfect, Papito, man. I'll reiterate the question for you as well, Karrigan. Do you feel the same? Do you feel that Counter-Strike 2, after you played it a little bit, is more or less the same as Go?
Yeah, I think just the meta is gonna change a lot when it comes to how we're gonna play in the future. It's gonna be chaotic for the first 3 months. It's gonna be fun to play. I think still the game has some things to change over the coming month or two, and they're still testing a lot of maps, right? So for me, the meta is the big change, and the movement, hopefully, and all that small stuff that will be improved over time. But the game is way better than when CS:GO got
to play, be better and better. This is how it works for me. I would like to play like a FPL in the future, but I know before I join this league, I need to spend 100 on 2, 3, 5, 1,000 hours before I join again FPL, because everyone playing on high skill level, and I don't want to like bring them down. So I would like to.
life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days.
Here, I want to see that graphic with all the lineups again, because there's a lot of mixing and matching here. It's kind of crazy. It's not really what you expect to see, and you know, it does feel like what Bang said. One of these lineups is a little bit stronger.
We don't need to beat around bush. Like right. VW is an incredible team. Like holy hell, what the hell is going on? We have Bit, we have Flames, Zaiwu, Simple, and Apex. That's kind of a team. Like it's kind of a team. If I just had to play like CS:GO Fantasy Manager or whatever the hell, I'd say alright. You know, it's like
walk. See here, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. 'Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. 'Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. 'Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days.
It existed.
It existed. It
for
was
that 1
here.
week. It was
for a moment.
It was in vogue.
It's like the WinRAR selling graph, where it's like there is one peak at one time, just one player with a R8
One
kill.
person bought it. Yeah.
That's it. He's got it. He's done the whole yearly account for the R8 kills today. You talk about skill though, Majisk. That's a pretty good game today. That's a weapon for LXB.
He's been looking very sharp. I mean, I gotta say, he was kind of the hero of Anubis to me. If Bit was the hero of Inferno, it was just on Anubis.
I mean, just was really good. I mean, he had that ace, of course, with the Deagle that was spectacular. Double kill with the Deagle, picks up the other sniper, clutching out. He had a few moments as well defending the A side. Skill-wise, he looked to be pretty much in the move. What I have no idea about is like who is going to play what position in these teams. Like, I just cannot just play the chess game mentally right now and like. Who's going to go where? Is it going to be spawn-based?
It should be spawn-based.
Yeah,
Aerial Pass is a bit suited for that in terms of, you know, you can get really good A spawns, you can get really good monster spawns on the CT side, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it go that way.
Okay, let's do it. Cool. I'm down for it, which means if we do spawn-based would mean a whole lot of like 1v1s in the underground position.
Well, that was what Alexi was sort of implying, that we could see a lot of shotguns, we could see some Zeus's in play there, so maybe that will be where we see the resurgence of the Zeus, which was absent. I don't know if we saw a single Zeus kill, or maybe one in towards.
We've seen attempts, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure if we had actual kills. The underground is going to be a terrain for that. You can imagine just like smoke, like one smoke kind of shuts it off immediately. So I'm sure we're going to see people crossing and jumping against each other in that smoke, trying to go in with the Zeus.
Holding it down.
You technically could absolutely be just pouring down the rain into that smoke. That's a possibility.
You know, the Negev meta, we could see a bunch of them taking over the Monster. No one's ever going to rush through there if you're just holding it with the Negev.
Maybe on the T side you can spray through towards Catwalk, at that short position on B. Like punish anyone who's trying to go there. That is something as well. I know we're in a show match and people are not really willing to play like the AWPs and all, but there has to be scoped weapons on the A side. It's just the funniest thing to do if you're a little bit capable. Just wide open map, super long range, ain't gonna be good flashes or good smoke. People are just having a good time. So come on, like yield the guns, yield the big guns. It's gonna be fun.
I think they're gonna be inspired by Anubis and how well the auto sniper in particular performed there. So I think you're on the money.
Yeah, it was great, and it could work. I mean, listen, there used to be a time for the olders of ourselves out there on Twitch chat. We know Overpass used to be a map where we could have another sniper here and there. It was actually happening. It was a thing at the time where we didn't have a social convention about not using it. Of course, we were just barbarians once in Counter-Strike, but we were using it. It was kind of lit.
Yeah, and this is kind of harkening back to that time. We're seeing
That's what we're doing.
all the gentleman agreements out the window. We've got all the Negevs in play. We've got the auto snipers. It's what we wanted to see.
Life is but a cycle. It's just like fashion. You know, you eventually just circle back to what you were doing, and now it's back to auto snipers.
Yeah, and I guess the question for me is, do any of these things from this show match ever translate into actual play?
Why? Why do you have to ruin it with being realistic?
Fun.
Yeah, exactly. We just have to. We'll always have Berlin, right? We just hold on to this moment. And we have fun, and then we all go back to our lives and families, and
that
go back to the job.
Hard, harsh
exactly,
just purest form.
Exactly, that's what we have right out the door when this is over. But we can just enjoy it now. Be in the moment. Vie la vie. Vita vie. There you go. We're gonna try and make some French. That one doesn't really work out.
Not in French. What would that be in French?
That would be nothing, actually.
Oh.
I don't think it's a word. I don't think it's a sentence at all.
Make it work.
It's going to be hard for us. I am guaranteed going to mess these names up when the game is live. Guaranteed.
We were messing it up when we just had Simple and Zai.
It was so confusing.
Teams. That's already confusing enough, and now you mesh between these two names.
But somehow I feel like it was more confusing because we had like these two made entities, like Navi and obviously Vitality, and then the players switch up. So our brain was still kind of thinking categories, but they weren't working. Now we know we're going into the madness. We're going to brand new lineups. Nothing makes sense. Simple plays with Zai Wu, and then suddenly Alexi doesn't have a sniper. He has to be the sniper. He said to Banks, like, hell, it's my time.
Yeah.
I'll be the sniper. That's a throwback and a half. I think maybe he was secondary and ends at the time. Maybe he was using that. We'll see if he still has some memories of how to do it.
Well, JL looked pretty good with the AWP on Inferno. I think we saw him a few times whipping that out over on the B side towards Banana. So, I think Alexi highlighted him as a potential player. So, look, I don't want to write off this Navi roster because I feel like it's definitely got a lot of potential. And I know you've got Zai Wu and Simple on the same team, right? That feels like it's impossible to surmount. But with the way these games have been going, I don't know if the players matter. Yeah, the logic isn't exactly, followed. Sometimes things go to hell. Sometimes things go crazy, and I'm ready for that. But they will have to prove me that this can be competitive. One thing I will say, Maniac, is you said earlier you don't believe in jinxes, but you did jinx it. And we had to set up so many different PCs here because everyone switched around that taking a little bit longer than we expected. So we're going to do a very short break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the action.
Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. And insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste it, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. I'll be cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, not likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things, gonna make a name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste it, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, you know where to find me. And if you're going hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent.
and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing, I'll regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. That energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself.
The very best to delay this game, but apparently we are very close to being ready. It's very well known. Analysts don't like to see the game go live. What we like to do is talk. We like the sound of our own voice more than we like Counter-Strike, and the games are only secondary to our very important words. So now, in my incredible generosity, I myself have allowed the game to proceed, and we're going to be very shortly going into game number 3. You're welcome, Twitch chat. I feel generous today.
Yeah, very kind of you, our analyst overlord, stepping in and saving the day.
The puppet master of esports. We just decide when the games are live.
Well, hopefully we'll be jumping into that. It's going to be Overpass. We've got the Navi V2V.
There we go. You got it. You got it. Nailed it.
Easy. Yep. Can we do that consistently through the card?
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see.
Well, I'm going to keep track on how many times we mess up and we
got a lot of things
mispronounce.
we're keeping track of. You keep track of the Zeus kills, shotgun kills, auto snipers in there. No?
Definitely keeping track of all of that, and there's definitely going to be a report with precise numbers and notes and whatnot. I'll publish it one day. Never. We'll see. Anywho.
All right. Well, we have the roster we can take a look at again, so we can refresh your memory on what we're dealing here. The dream teams. What do you reckon?
Well, you say dream teams as if it's Brawl. I find it kind of funny because I only see one dream team in there. You see 2?
The other one's a nightmare team.
I guess this is one way you could frame it as like a really, really bad dream team. Obviously, on one hand, Vita-V with Zaiwu, Apex, Simple, Flames, and Bit, facing Navi with Jail, Emab, Alexi, Sphinx, and Magisk. It's an interesting little sword.
It's a lot of rifle power on the side of Navi. I will say, like, there's some really solid players there. I think there's a lot to get excited about, particularly with the skill level we're seeing already in this show match. I really don't want to make it all about V2V. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a fight here.
You know what? I think it's beautiful. You're trying to grasp, like, reach out for some rational. It's got to be super competitive. I like that. I respect the attempt. That's great.
It's been competitive so far.
It has been.
With all the chaos that we've had.
It's been quite back and forth as well. I mean, Simple's been the only constant tonight in Berlin. He's been the only one winning.
Will he go 3 for 3?
He could. I mean, he's poised for it.
In his contract, you know how like is it the Fast and Furious where like they've got that in their like Vin Diesel's got in his contract where he can't lose a fight.
But listen, the only Fast and Furious I've seen was like 20 years ago. I've kind of lost track of all of these. What are they, like 8, 9
yeah,
right now?
No clue. But, you know, for Simple, maybe it's in his contract. He can't lose a show back.
I see, we're doing Fast and Furious references. I respect that. We're reaching out to the broad audience.
The horizons.
Because the most important is family. I think that's what he says, right?
That's what it's all about here.
There you
family, we've got the Navi and V2V family.
Absolutely.
Under the GG Bet family.
Under the GGBet family, of course, which I do believe is having a pretty sick action currently right now. Deposit 250%, is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's a 250% bonus.
There we go.
You sign up now, so you can get on that one. And also remember the donations for Ukraine. We've got the QR code up during the broadcast as well, so you can jump onto that one. A lot of excitement, a lot of prizes to be winning there. So plenty to get involved with.
Very important, of course. Banks touched on it. We're rebuilding a school, a college, in fact, in Ukraine. And the money is going to go for buying equipment for a digital lab class. We know how important education is. And guys out there, if you can afford it, we appreciate your support a whole lot. And it is true, there are a couple of nice prizes out the end of that tunnel, €5 or more. And so your name is in the raffle. Some jerseys, some headsets, some equipment out there. And for the biggest donation, 2 tickets for the Paris CS2 Major. Not the Paris, the Copenhagen one.
Yes, Copenhagen.
Copenhagen.
2.
Damn.
Will we see Navi or V2V there?
But at the Major. What are you talking about?
They're going to blow our socks off here, and Apex is going to be like, you know what? I actually like this lineup.
That's it. We're already extrapolating. We're going crazy. We have to be in the hic et nun. We have to be in the moment. We just have to appreciate what's in front of our eyes. It's all fleeting. None of it is real. It's all ephemeral. We're just living in the moment of tonight in Berlin.
Very deep.
I know. We're getting off the rails right now.
Yeah, really embracing the spirit of the show match and living in the moment, the V2V.
Exactly, V2V. That's what we're doing here. Who said you cannot do Counter-Strike and philosophy at the same time? It's beautiful. It's a beautiful experience. Truly. We have some team talks already happening, of course. We have our kind of eagle-eyed camera right there. Now the question is, which logo looks better?
Yeah, I was just wondering. It's hard to tell. I need to see the other one again so I can compare.
Well, I can tell you how the other one is. It's the opposite of that one.
Yeah, well, I need to see it though with my own eyes. I think this one's a little better. I feel like it creates more of a V.
It looks like a fish. It looks like a fish. With a really big fin in his back.
I was thinking it kind of looks like a high-heeled boot on its side.
A high-heeled boot,
like
okay.
boot.
No, I see that.
Spurs off the
so
side.
the leg would be down. That cowboy has been shot, and we just see his boot.
Yeah.
Is that what that could be?
Yes.
Okay.
At high noon, he's fallen, lost the duels.
Chat, if you're out there, if you're listening, and I know you are because we, after all, are the voices of reason, please let us know on Twitter what you think the logos represent. I see a fish, sees potentially a boot. We'll see. Please come up with some representations. We're all artists. I'm not. I can barely draw. Can you draw?
No, not at all.
It's really not on my skill.
No.
Some people have like artistic feel. I just don't have any.
I can just draw conclusions.
There we go. And you concluded that was a boot.
Yes. I hope we see the other logo again now so that we can,
see
extrapolate, try and work out what that
I know.
could be.
All I know is like it itches my brain the wrong way. Like, you know how our brain kind of loves symmetry?
Yes.
We like that. We like to see things that make sense, the gestalt and all of that, because it's comfortable to see. And when I see that logo, like something in my brain is like, I don't like that. This is not great. It's uncomfortable.
Ratio that.
No, exactly. We need to work on that. I wish they would have included me in the creation of these logos. I would have come up with a couple of ideas. Well, maybe one day I'll just go in fashion. Who knows? Once I'm done with Counter-Strike. Psych, I'm never going to be done.
That's your next career move?
Yeah, if I ever have to. If I'm ever booted out of the Counter-Strike community, then I'll do fashion probably, yeah.
All right, well, that's one to...
I'll design logos for teams. That's what I'm going to do.
All right, well, maybe you can do better than the B2B Navity, B2B.
I'll try my hardest, I promise you, once it gets to it. I see fist bumps, and I spot on the corner of my eye the countdown happening. So I do think that we are on the way for a Game 3 here in Berlin. On the offside, of course, generosity of GGBet to organize this whole show match.
Yeah, I'm very excited to finally be jumping into this third match. This is the dream teams, the ones you all voted for at home. And we're getting underway here on Overpass.
Here we go. Game number 3, the final touch, the dessert of the fun that has been this evening. Kickstarting the new season of Counter-Strike with a little bit of fun, of course. For charity, as we always mention, the QR code is up there to your right. Make sure to scan it, have a look at it, while the players are starting what is now the last game.
This is a full armor buy, nothing crazy.
It's serious.
This is serious. All gloves are off. A lot on the line for both of these rosters.
So now I will say that the cams don't match all of the players, so I'll get hella confused. I believe ZywOo or Simple is actually holding from behind. We're about to see in the kill feed where that is. That's actually ZywOo who is holding that position with the Glock in the bathroom position. He's been surrounded, but he's got the help of Simple. First kill onto Spinks, traded from JL. So it's a very back and forth clutch, but suddenly it's Vidavi who's in the lead.
Yeah, looks to be an impossible retake. No kit either. Plays at all angles, tries to bait out Flame Z, but gets off the bomb immediately, and a flank's coming as well. Player in bank, it's all over. The knife comes out. ZywOo can't quite connect, but that is hunting him down.
Oh!
3 knives out. There's nowhere for you to go.
That's how we like it, and that's how we want to start it. Immediately knifed. Suck. That's it. Vidavi 1-0. Once he got run out of bullet, he knew. He could imagine it was happening. Just let go.
Yeah, they were waiting for it.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the entire setup. They had the player in towards bank. They knew that he was pinned. Just need to waste those shots.
They were circling like sharks because their logo looks like a fish.
Ah,
I told you.
All right, I can see.
We're circling back.
It's all coming together. Blood in the water. B2B strike first. Looking like a B-rush out the gate here. Flashbang over, no splash through as well. HE does a bit of damage, but that's all it's going to be. Simple gets the open up. ZywOo's in towards short as well, holding off rotations, but everyone from the CT side is here. FlameZ, nice shot on towards Heaven. Spinks gets one back, but another knife out, but him a Swix. Able to find that kill. Bomb dropped out in the open.
He made a meal out of this. He had his back offered to him. Had a quick second thought, popped the knife, was not out, but Apex can clean up with the Mac-10. It's going to be relatively low HP onto Spinks. This should be an easy kill for Apex, and putting him down there, attempting the knife once again. We'll see if the Arrogance come to bite them once more, and Spinks punishes the Arrogance coming out of Vidavi 1-1. You're not going to get away with that one too often.
Yeah, the smoker is down. They're trying to jump over it, but Spinks is reading all of it, and yeah, gets a little bit carried away there, so the fight back from Navity.
100% knife attempt so far. 2 rounds into this. One has been successful, the other one a demise. See Spinks tagging, because I will put him in a very good position. Quick scope here, and just finishing off Apex nice and easy with the USB.
It feels like the rounds are starting serious, and then as soon as it gets settled, that's when the chaos begins to unfold.
R8 for bit.
Ooh,
Immediately
there we
puts him to
go.
use. He was the key all along.
Yeah, he just needed it in his hands, and he knows where Spinks is. The chance for that multi-kill that we've all been waiting for presents itself. Spinks isn't looking. Bit comes around, he gets a double kill with the R8.
Savor this moment. You've been waiting for it this whole evening. The R8 multi-kill, probably putting Vitavi in an amazing position. Now, the stack up from Navi towards A, and LexiB is regaining some control. He's got backup as well, so Magisk is right behind him. And LexiB just has to go 1 for 1. 1 kill traded would be enough. He finds Simple. That's the bomb down as well. Maybe a second onto Bit. But as I said, the bait is in play. We're going to see a little bit of a close-up onto Magisk. Hello, beautiful man. How are you doing today? And we're back into Counter-Strike.
He is in the clutch, so we just get to see his face serious.
Absolutely.
Knowing what's on his shoulders. Bit with 3 kills with the R8.
No way. He's got a third one as well with the R8?
Yeah, he got the 3rd kill there. He's dropped his rifle that he picked up. He's committing to it. He had an M4 that he could have used.
Truly is the voice of all the R8 fans around the world. Bit is rallying them under his banner, showing this gun is actually viable. And on Magisk, who was an absolute ace on Anubis, has the clutch with the AK-47. Molotov towards water, hoping for a peek. He sees the boost, and that's the information being gathered. And Bit puts him down. 4th kill with the R8.
What a shot with the R8. That is so difficult to do. You've got to be timing that, the lineup. It takes, what, a second before it even fires?
I have no idea.
The fact that he finds all those kills is phenomenal.
Oh man, people are going to play that gun and face it again, aren't they?
The headshot machine.
What have you
Do
done
it with
with
everything.
it?
Look at that.
That's actually gross.
He gets that half second to actually line it up. I want to see this final kill.
It is so confusing. There's like a delay between the moment you want to pull the trigger and it's like that half second.
It gives you time to line it up. It's actually ideal.
Gives me time to confuse myself. Don't give me too much time.
Well, Bit not confused at all.
Not at all.
He's committed to it.
Navi back foot. Just looking for that first kill onto Simple, but the trade is very much in position. Flames he's got there for the sandwich. LexiB trying to make the 5-7 works. We know it can be quite potent, close combat, but wasn't meant to be. And a very quick 5v2 for Vitavi.
Hey, firing off the shots with the scout. JL with his R8 on the other side of the map, so he's the sole defender here with the scout. Bit of damage being done here, and again, it's the R8 finding success.
It's too much. It's way too much. By the way, I think your scout definitely sticks out if you stay here. I don't want to tell you what to do, but no way, they're trying in the end. I respect the attempt. When I was going to try, even now, 3rd, there's a low HP in front of him. 1 shot would be enough. 3rd kill with the scout. And Vitavi has made a meal of that one once again, really coming to bite them in the butt, playing with all these knives attempts.
Yeah, that one is a completely unenforced error. There was no need to keep doing that, but you got to respect it.
I think you would like to call that a throw. Probably that's the word.
Yeah,
it's a throw.
Could call it that.
It's a little bit of a throw.
We'll see
if allowed.
Simple can recover it.
Simple has been known throughout his career to save rounds that looked finished, and this might just be another example. Now, JL's revealed his position with the R8, and once Simples know where you are, you're in for trouble.
Picks up the AK as well. Ooh, charging through the flames. Gets ready to fire off the shot. Flashbang over. Oh, no. Through the wall. JL. An easy clutch with the R8.
What is going on? Why so much success with this gun? On game number 3 of all, the most important.
If you ever wanted a case for the R8, this is it.
It's happening. I just have to accept. I've been proven wrong, presented with the fact. Reality is unfolding in front of me. The R8 is a potent weapon.
This round was a little bit of a throw.
It was a pure throw.
We do want to, well, yeah. I mean, it was a pure throw.
He was not supposed to have 3 kills with this count. He was cornered. He was completely boxed in. But then Vitavi really trying to get for that knife.
All right, we're triple down on Vitavi.
It's contagious. It's contagious. I don't know. I don't think I'm equipped to deal with that. R8, 3 out of 5 guns on the side of Vitavi. And there is even 1 on JS. So these are 4 R8s. R32 on the server.
Quick math. Spinks gets activated. The rifles finding the kills early. R8's not able to get anything done just yet.
Navi is spending blood in the water now with these rifles. Look at them! Look at them being conventional now. A couple of kills on the A side, and then we just back off. Like we've done what we wanted to do. Apex. This is such a disgrace. Wake T-spawn. He's got to punish Majisk. He gives the information. Oh, he could have tried to knife him, but Apex is very strict.
Yeah, I kind of would have liked him to go for the knife.
Look, he's so happy on his cam. He was so happy to outplay
You know what?
Majisk.
He's so happy that it doesn't matter they do.
He was so happy. I'll let them have it. His smile and laugh is enough. It's currency for me. Now, Zai was leading the charge with the R8. Picked it up of his different teammate, and a little bit of a boost on the A side.
Wonder if we'll see a bit of a Zeus swing around this corner. We saw it out towards long, so might see something similar here. Powerful setup, but what if you take a taser to the face? Walking on forward now. Flamesy holding this angle is in the perfect spot to drop it. The shadow is spotted, and it's the R8 from ZywOo that gets both.
What the hell is going on? ZywOo now. Yes, you deserve that highlight. Double entry with the R8, and into the clutch we go. He's JL and Alexibi, both coming from banana position. One is known, and here the R8. That isn't for anybody. That isn't for everybody. You're not bit if you want to be.
Yeah, ZywOo and Bit really showing how to use the R8. Oh my god.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no. What has happened? I thought they were going to show Alexibi. That would have been kind of BM, but I would have appreciated it.
Yeah.
I can take a little BM. Just a little bit.
ZywOo was purely baiting there. He throws his gun out, jumps out in front, not even trying to fire off the shots.
Zai was looking like a soundman going up the river, just jumping around. Oh, look at this. You can outflank the flank. And here the entry. I mean, the shadow is pretty clear, but I don't think he saw it. It was just a good reflex. Very close distance. Boom. Ima had 33 HP at a time.
And the R8 does a lot of damage. It's deceptively powerful.
I'm gonna take your word on it. Since my experience with the R8 is completely absent. B-rush, immediately, out monster, and a team kill. What else?
Oh, that wasn't what they hoped for. Straight in are the T's, and that was an attempt at a knife, but it is denied. Spinks getting run down. They're trying to charge him. He's out of bullets. Oh, the Zeus comes on forward. ZywOo finds his mark.
Finally, they've been vindicated of all these attempts that have cost them rounds. The Zeus comes in from ZywOo onto his teammate. That is mean. But he's done it. It's, water to the bridge. Oh, JMN. Oh,
I
no.
see.
Oh,
He ran
no.
through every single Molotov possible.
Yeah, I mean, gotta think he kind of did on purpose anywho. And here comes the chase. ZywOo onto Spinks. He really waited to be like point blank.
Yeah.
Literally, Myzus is touching your flank. Just... Oh. Majisk now sporting a -1 to 6 scoreline. Yeah, that team kill will do that to you.
Yeah, not quite the performance he had on a Nuke.
Nope. And Alexibi is like, oh man, I thought he was gonna do good. I've been lied to. What is Alexibi supposed to do now to solve this mystery? He's got JL with the R8. It's done a little bit of work.
Bit of damage done. USP actually finds a kill, so back to 0 kills.
Yay!
Equalizing it. But the bomb's planted on B.
It's so disheartening when you finally get a kill in a game that's not really going your way, and you tab and you're at 0. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
What? How is that fair? And he's still at 0.
Yeah, no chance. Oh, Lexi's here.
Hello.
No scope through the wall.
I swear to God, sometimes I get so confused with these lineups. I don't even know if it's like actual opponents running into each other.
This retake actually happening. The time's ticking down though, and there's no kit.
We should be good.
Yeah, Flames in short as well. Able to do a JL running at him. ZywOo's ready. In case Spinks swings around that corner, he's just going to go down to the bomb. Does find a kill before he dies though.
Wow. Let's just say financial damage has been done, but there is so much money on the side of Vita V, so that's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be a concern. It's a great position that they're in. The front runners, our favorites, the people's favorites, are currently doing what they are supposed to. They are walking the walk. It's relatively convincing. Even though at some point they attempted to have some fun and it kind of bit them in the butt. Now they've been stabilized. They've stabilized.
Yeah, look at this buy from Navi-style.
Serious.
This is full serious. In fact, on both sides of the server, there is nothing but rifles and SMGs.
So far, it looks like a pretty normal round. A whole lot of aggression from Magisk through the smoke with the flash, but he's been counter-flashed very effectively. And now he's trapped onto the fountain position. He's found. That's Flamesy with a double. Ima is going to try to put another one on the border, Rebutal, but he's been burned and probably found. And Zaiwu immediately shuts him off.
That was fast from the Wu. JL's on a quick flank, but he's actually been loud about it. That's been heard.
And he's heard. He's heard.
No chance of getting anything done. Zaiwu actually came back to peek that. He's got the bomb.
He's got the Zeus.
He's got the Zeus.
Oh, but he changes. He changed it. Now this right here is the tell. He was about to Zeus and someone just told him like, don't mess around. Like, pick up your gun right now.
Who do you think said that?
I don't know.
Simple
I think we have to ask them in an interview.
Okay.
Who was like,
no assumptions?
No more Zeus. Come on, man. Come on, put him down. This is serious, okay? We're not here to joke around. I like how they've lit up the HUD as well, making us think it's the third map of Best of 3. Which it's not, but just for the purpose of the drama, just imagine this might be, you know? I'm not against that. It's an artifice. Works. Spinks now in prime position to be once again used by Zaiwu ×2.
He's really doing a great job of setting himself up for these Zeus kills. It feels like he really has a good read on when to put himself in a position to get away with it.
I don't know if he's understanding that he is Zeusing his own teammates. Like, the next season is going to start soon, and he's putting Spinks in the bin.
Yeah.
There's going to be some very hard like coaching sessions. You know, people have to talk.
Down couples therapy.
Exactly. There's going to be a bit of maybe therapy going on. Like, you know, people are going to have to open up their feelings. Like, listen, I feel like you really hurt me in that show match. Like, you really put me in a bad position, Zeus me all the time.
Maybe we need to get you to sit down with them and work out, get through their difficulties.
I'll do it. You know, just got to pay the bill, and I'll be right there. I'll be helping you. Maybe a monster push off the back of a flash. The exec coming in from Vita V, and Fame's gonna task bit. Oh, hello there. Oh, that's a bait and switch.
Oh, that's cool. It's a shame it doesn't result in the kill. JL needed to hit that with the R8, but the idea was very sound. MG49 is in play as well. Bit the master of the fun guns.
And he's trying to burst with it. Bit is actually trying to burst with this gun.
I feel like it is a good gun for that. It's got very high armor penetration, very high fire rate, so... Well,
there we go.
Simple shows how to use it. Spinks not cleared, and he's able to actually get the double.
Simple is so confused.
There's a chance. Smoke in his face, though, makes it a little bit more difficult. And, well...
He's just toying with him.
Okay, he's picked up the M249.
Is he getting smoked again?
It's back on. Another smoke in his face. Apex doesn't let him do anything.
This is kind of mean. I feel like Spinks has been put in very disadvantageous position. It's kind of bullying.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this to Spinks?
It's a little bit bullying. I love this setup.
Good for him to actually react to JL's position. I would have been so obnoxiously captivated by Alexibi here. The whole world would have disappeared in front of my eyes. You're just looking at this one guy, just like, oh, there we go. Spinks, like, Simba was hella confused here. Team Flash as well, by Zaiwu, of course.
Against Navi with a very serious lineup of weapons. Double AWP. Alexi and JL as it was foretold, but flashbang was great. Oh, it's just a tag, can't find the kill, and the USP comes on out.
Oh man, that was just a warning. I actually thought that Alexi was going to get straight up rushed by a Zeus while having bought an AWP. This would have been the ultimate insult. The ultimate insult.
That's
that he
such
just
a
gets
slap,
away.
Well, a laser to the face.
It is a laser to the face. Literally 83 HP out of this one. So I was trying to pick up timing on the A side, but Spinks has correctly read it and assumed it. And now a 4v2 for Navi. Finally a good position to be in.
Simple though. Krieg in hand. Looking for the angle. Oh, they pink together. That's beautiful. Well orchestrated. The calling very solid on the side of Navi now.
Can Apex turn this 1v4 around? He's got two softened up targets. Gonna start with Spinks. Easy shot to the dome. Now 60 or 76 rather HP to work with. He's gonna put down the smoke. This will help him to either fake or plant the bomb. He ups for the fake, which Alexibi actually bites into. And now he's got a good position to... Oh, that's the flank. That is the flank from Ema coming in from long. I thought Apex might have just a little bit of a timing, but not meant to be.
This little crossfire set up there. That was a very convincing round from Navi. Obviously, they brought out all the serious weapons to get that one done. It almost unravels immediately with this push from Flames. That's so unfortunate. 83 damage.
That was straight in the face as well. It's maybe because
Very
they're
tough
wearing
phase.
like helmet.
Yeah.
Maybe it kind of protects you from like the actual electrical shock. That could be something.
Quite possibly.
Ooh, just waiting like a shark. Round number 11. And once again, a very serious buyout. Just actually no, ZywOo and Simple. Who else but these two having some fun with different guns?
Yeah, they're having fun. That's what we came here to see. Dale opens up though, does take the dink in response, so he's brought down low. Wonder if he'll swap with Alexi with that AWP. Although Alexi's out very wide in mid.
I was lurking. Would he once again Zeus Spinks potentially? If Spink gets a little bit impatient, we see Apex just dotting the I, crossing the T, making sure no one is behind them. Once again, a little bit of a check.
This has got to be the slowest pace round
It
we've had
is.
in this entire series between these teams.
Yawn. ZywOo v Spinks. The Reckoning. Finally, Spinks gets some kind of revenge. Double kill onto Simple. The work has been done. He's put his team in a very good position. Very advantageous at that. The B side seems solid.
We'll just get on the board. No. Apex makes sure that doesn't happen. He's looking for more as well. The long-range spray betrays him, but Flamesy is able to get one back. Now he's in the 1v2. Jail's incredibly low from that engagement earlier, and he's the only one on the side at the moment, but a nice reposition catches him as he crosses the pillar.
Straight bullet to the dome. Jail, that was headshot or death. Only had 3 HP. It was in a very precarious position, and he would have left Alexi B alone in a 1v1 with an AWP, but not meant to be. We're gonna give a tip of the hat to Spinks in that round. Great connector defense. He's been annoyed so much by ZywOo, you kind of have to give him. Like, there's some sort of karma in the universe, I guess, and he had to cash out on that just a little bit. Finally, some sun rays for Spinks in what has been a complicated start to game number 3. But he's still at 16 kills. I mean, he's got a bunch of kills. He's just been on the sad end of a couple of jokes.
Oh, there's the Bison, getting the opening kill under Simple and revealing the bomb under the grass now of Navi-style. Gonna have to go back and try and fish that one away, but a smoke is now in their faces.
You know who's not having a good time? iBoy Magisk. 0 and 10. Did Alexi B just have the greatest jinx of all time?
He has 1 kill, to be fair. It's just, he killed himself. So,
yeah, my brain kind of refuses to acknowledge it. You're 0 and 10. I'm seeing all.
Yeah, so
it is me.
Give him a small bit of credit.
He's got 1 kill. We'll try not forget it. We'll try not forget it. Alexi B is completely out of position. Bip, somehow, team kills Flames, of course. Ema with a little bit of an exchange here and leaving Apex and ZywOo against their teammates.
Yeah, healthy amount of team kills in this match.
Healthy.
I don't know if you call them team kills. I guess they are team kills, but sometimes they're onto your actual team, sometimes they're onto who would conventionally
Maybe they would be
your
what?
opponent.
Sabotage then?
Yeah,
sabotage.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what's happening here. There are games at play of which we don't have the knowledge. Spinks with the AWP now. Easy as it gets. He is doing the work. He's back. He's leading.
I think he knew when he saw these rosters, this is going to be a very difficult matchup, knowing that you're up against both ZywOo and Simple. So he's been putting in the hours. He's come here to play.
He's like, what? Like, am I playing against these two guys? I'm just going to ult. I'm just going to ult, and I'm going to show them how it's done. Spinks has been a great force, one to be reckoned with for Navi-style.
Okay, that was just malicious.
This is kind of
He went
sabotage.
back for that.
This is sabotage.
That was unnecessary.
We have tape on that now.
You've been seen, you've been found.
The internet won't forget. Is that the B rush? Or at least quick B take towards construction from Vita V going in with the Tech 9s. Flashes coming about. Beautiful flashes as well. But the work is done. Alexi B is safe and he puts them down. Full house for Magisk and Alexi B.
Yeah, double kill for Magisk. Gets himself now onto the board with 2. No more that dastardly 0 next to his name. The lovely B hold there against the Tech 9s. Good utility and good shots.
Because now the question is, once we move to the second half, which we're pretty close to now, our thing is going to get heavily serious, or I think it's going to get super circus. Serious?
I think it
or
depends
circus?
how close it is.
Okay, fair
There's
enough.
only like a couple of rounds between them. I feel like it continues to be a little bit crazy.
I don't exactly know where we're at in this game right now. I feel like we've been dancing from one opposite to the other. There's been some fun moments, but it's also been very serious. Look at this here. Ima's pushing long with the rifle. He's got support from his teammates towards A as well. That's a great three-pronged attack from the CT side. He's trying to do his best work, but he's still surrounded. We'll see if Ima can actually survive because his position is very much known.
Yeah, half HP and Spinks misses his shots, so yeah, Ima, no chance to get anything done. JL has managed to sneak on through bits.
What?
Oh, what? What a spin! That's unbelievable. Into the smoke now, Spinks. Crosses with him. Okay, does find him.
One-on-one now. Spinks has 7 HP and he was known, but he's got the best gun in the business and he does it again. 20 kills for Spinks in game number 3. He's the one to look for.
He's in one single-handedly, it feels, keeping them in there.
Crazy.
Keeping it close.
He is absolutely crazy, and he tried it all in this round, of course, crossing of the smoke with the 50-50, allowing to find his teammate, and then he put his hands on the AWP with 3 HP. It's beautiful work from Spinks. We have what was an impressive turnaround from Bit as well. We're going to see his 3 kills here, and that's the spin that we were talking about very shortly. Pam! Oh, there's an actual slap.
Yeah, that was sharp. Straight on down. And it's a B-rush to end things here in the first half. Smoke goes on forward, the flames miss, and JL, there's a massive gap in that, and he is punished. Spinks, though, he's here with the AWP, and so is Emma. M4 in hand, they cannot get past. Shuts the door in their face, but Cyber's found one back, the USP in hand. Keeping it even. Has to be Alexi B, a 1 versus 2.
Misses an easy shot onto Apex. I feel like this might have been the opportunity he was looking for. Apex gonna present his flank once again, but nobody or not everybody is an AWPer, and I can tell you that firsthand. I can try, but it's not gonna work with me. Alexi B had a couple of chances and now he seems a little bit rattled. And 8-7 for Vita V. It is as close as it gets on this final game of Overpass.
Yeah, and it was a very one-sided affair to begin with.
True.
Isai was just running all over them. It felt like Navi couldn't find anything to get going, and that was kind of what we were maybe expecting to see here in this matchup. We thought Vita V with Zaiwu, with Simple, with the players you've got here, that they're just going to run rampant, but credit to Navi, they called it back.
Must make life pretty hard for the bettors out there. Once again, GGBet is having that 200%, 250% deposit bonus as well that you can enter, have a little bit of fun. And this one is right open. It's very complicated to call out.
Indeed. This pistol round, gonna see a couple of dual breaders in play. And again, fast towards B. There's no one from the CT side here.
Oh no. It's just Apex playing retake with a P2000. JL lurking indoor, but he's heard a bunch of information. I think he's aware of Flames. He must have given the comm to someone from Navi has to. Oh, but it's a flank on flank on flank on flank.
So many layers. We're inside an onion right now. Flames are. He takes a big bite of Magus, and well, that's Zaiwu with a double with the USP. Simple on that flank on flank. Now making his way through. This is a little bit weird, but JL's holding for it. He's ready. Leaves it now on to Spinks, and well, he's in a bit of a weird position.
It's complicated indeed. JL had found Flames Z, and maybe Spinks here is presented with an option, but the great double pick comes in and leaves JL in a 1v2 position. I think he knows about Apex for sure, but Zaiwu's position is a question mark. He sees him though, and that's the opportunity he needed. A couple of whiff shots. Zaiwu stays alive, and it's still very much doable for JL.
Yeah, manages to get that reload off, and oh my god, what a shot! But Zaiwu doesn't let him get any more.
I'll be damned if Zaiwu doesn't have at least a good game in this show match, and he's having a good moment right now on Overpass. Triple kill in this second pistol round. It's getting tight, it's getting serious. I think for now we're on the serious side of the equation. We're on the serious side of the continuum. We're having flanks, good information is being given, people are reacting to it. Great shots from Zaiwu here. Pristine work with the USP. And then, as you were saying, sometimes towards the end of the round, people get a little fancy. They try to get a little bit of a knife attitude going in. Put down by JL.
Pretty serious buy here. Aggression with the MP9 just nets one. Simple's push long though, and a couple of backs turn. Only gets the 1 kill. There's that deagle from me just striking again. So sharp with it on Anubis, and it's a little bit of a slower game for him here, but maybe the T side is where he can make
He's coming back up. He's coming back up. It was 0 in 10. He's got 4 kills. I was going to say it's 4 times more, but it's wrong. Mathematically, it's not 4 times more.
It's infinite times more.
It's infinite times more. A great documentary on Netflix, if you want to talk about infinity, it's going to make you want to bang your head against the walls. Very funny rabbit hole to fall into. And there's would be a great guy to talk to about it. 4 kills more than the position he was in before. And now we're 3 versus 3 with 1 AK from Magisk, which is definitely the ace in the pocket for Navi, because BTV is only on MP9s.
It all comes down to timing, and Bit catches a great one. That's the bomb as well. Long range duel against the AK. Bit wins it out.
No way.
He's sharp.
That's just gross.
Doesn't miss.
LXB doesn't have a crosshair. How are you supposed to win? That's kind of...
This is the big brain play. If you don't have a crosshair, you can't miss.
Can't have a wrong crosshair placement if you don't have a crosshair.
So true.
There we go. I figured it out.
Bit has good crosshair placement though.
How is he winning that duel against Magisk? Like, how is that possible?
It's Bit.
It's kind of mean. Like, here we are setting it up, you know, it's like, oh, long distance fight. Oh, Magisk got the AK. It's going to be the thing that turned things around, and Bit is just like, man, in fact, I'm just going to duel you. And it's not like Magisk was low on HP as well. It was 71, so it's a pretty decent chunk of HP. But Bit's burst fires are just absolutely brilliant.
Spray control with the MP9 of those long-range engagements. That's not something you're always practicing for, but well, he's very proficient with it.
A little bit of a eco situation for Navi. We've kept 1,000 to 2,000 in. Simple smells blood in the water, pushes immediately with the MP9, finds Alexibi.
Well, felt like it could have been Alexibi's kill. Gets that initial dink, but can't find the follow-up body shot. JL lurking with the R8 towards the playground.
This is the most serious game we've had.
I think so.
I have decided that is it. I've made my mind. This is very serious. We have actual setups. We have actually people waiting out positions. JL here with the R8. Ooh! Onto that is just not normally. Checking PC immediately.
Here's the headshot machine now. Will it be enough? Zaiwu, the sole defender on B, MP9 in hand. There is a flank coming, but he has to step up, and oh, he is put down. B is open for business. FaZe slowly creeping on forward, not making a single noise. JL's here, tucked on through, looking for his second kill, but can't connect.
He actually has the foresight to check for it. Gives the timing to Apex as well, who punishes Magisk. And just like FaZe is attempting with the knife once again, but the Deagles are raining through into Supreme and Spinks now, putting 22 on the tally. And round 8 for Navi.
Yeah, FaZe might regret that decision there to go for the knife. That was the moment that kind of sent it all spiraling in the retake. But really, you've got to give massive credit to JL for that shot. I feel like that really started things, because the A defense feels a little bit weird. They're able to find this way in towards B. That's unbelievable.
It's got just sweet taste to it. And that shot was insane onto Zaiwu. I have to imagine like FaZe just smelled him over there. But right here, that attempt, ooh, that's all Spinks needed, because he's alive and he
oh my god, we didn't see
Apex.
that, but that was 2-1 digs with 2 bullets.
It was really sick. Kind of allowed by FaZe with the knife attempt, but it was sick.
But damn, you love to see it.
Back to the roots for a bit. Shotgun style.
A master of the auto.
Oh, Alexibi, no, he doesn't know.
Not spotted. He made noise. Alexi's aware. Yeah, walks around. Pass out towards long, and Apex is in a good position, but Spinks trays him. Zaiwu now has an AWP, but he's on the wrong side. That bomb is about to be planted.
Is he gonna attempt it, or is he gonna save it? We'll see. I think he's probably have like some sort of internal discussion right now. Your instinct is to save. You're in 1 versus 3. You have an AWP. They know where you are. You don't have a smoke. You don't have a kit. You don't have a name for yourself. You're kind of lost in the desert looking for that oasis. But he's still attempting it.
There's no way to win this at all.
You know what? I don't think so. And Spinks doesn't either. He agrees with us. Immediately shuts him out. Woo, it's more competitive than I thought it would be.
Definitely feels like the energy in the room has shifted.
We have a game.
Serious, I don't know, call it try-harding, but definitely some strategy in play.
I think once you kind of mixed up all the lineups, then it becomes more about individual kind of showing how they can do. Yes. But it's not just, oh yeah, it's funny, it's simple, and I was switched, haha, we're having fun. No, it's like, hey, now it's kind of an FPL game. It's a 10-man.
Spinks gets a couple more kills, he'll be equal to both Simple and Zaiwu combined.
That's a good tagline.
Oh, what? Blind through the smoke, Alexibi falls, and Bit is looking for more. Can't quite find it, but Apex does find his shot.
Yeah, Ima's got a drop on him. Very hard to read that rotation. Space had been eaten away so fast. ZywOo with the deagle won't be any match for Spinks, who's on an absolute tear. 26 kills in that game 3.
Now he has tied equal to the total kills of Simple and ZywOo combined.
There you go. Here we sat thinking that Simple and ZywOo were the actual ultra combination, where Spinks is just a fusion. He's just better than both of them combined on this map. What have we done? We've unleashed the beast.
Spinks in the hand is worth a Simple and ZywOo in the bush.
We're getting off tracks. Simple now, 1v3, he's heard. They're just patiently waiting for him, and Spinks is going to make it to 27. I mean, he's going for it. Spinks is going for it. The 30 is going to be passed, I can call that, but we'll see where he ends up. 40?
Maybe. With the way it's going, I wouldn't be surprised.
It started well.
You know, it comes back to that talking point. There's a lot more on the line for the V2V roster, right? When you got Simple and ZywOo, shouldn't be losing.
You always be the man who beat both Simple and ZywOo in a game.
And did it in a convincing fashion. So if Spinks continues this, well...
Good for you. Good for you. All the power to you. Go ahead. Shoot people in the face. That's right. We're here in Counter-Strike having fun for this show match by GGBet. Having a grand old time here in Berlin.
Make sure you scan that QR code to get involved with the donations for the Game for Ukraine cause. €5 more donations will put you in the running to win prizes. This boost is...
Look at this serious game we're having.
It's over.
This is such a serious game. Map control into monster timing, fine by jail, then Ema, nope, completely disregarding, that's the R8, and the job is done for bid. Apex comes in as well with the deagle as a 3 versus 3, and Spinks has the means and the whiz to go for 28, but the LXB steals that away from him, right from underneath the bug.
CT's over here towards B. Navi have slowed things down. Oh, that was a spotted player on that jump. Alexi's waiting to see if another jump peak comes on through. Wants to be the guy that hits that shot.
Look at them freezing the round in the 3 versus 2.
Unbelievable.
We're seeing you. We see exactly what's happening. This is a serious situation. We're just waiting for a mistake. Alexi B is patiently waiting for that catwalk. I can hear typing. There is some trash talk happening right now. There's some trash talk happening. It's all fair and square. And they were waiting patiently just to try and find Flames, but he stands tall into this first duel. 46 HP to his name. The timing for Spinks, it's very hard to fight back.
Simple's the man to do it versus Spinks. Can't line up the follow-up shot.
29
for him and an 11th for Navi. They take the lead. I think the first time.
29.
Unbelievable. They slow it down there. It's a little bit try hard. Taking their time.
It's mega try hard.
Yeah.
But it's great. You know what? Do it. Make your opponent mad. Make them upset.
I can't believe Bit doesn't get cleared there. It's like a half clear in the connector, and then he's actually able to get the kill with the right click with the R8. That's, I think, the first right click R8 kill, because when you do that, it just goes anywhere.
Style point.
Yeah.
Style point indeed, and Navi now firmly in the lead, and the monster rush is on.
I love it. ZywOo on the side, just a deagle, looking for the kill onto Alexi, but it's Flamesy that finds it, and there we go. That deagle is able to find some success, but Spinks entering on through. Apex has to reload. 2v3, this time in the favor of V2V, and there is a flank coming. Time is limited here for the T's. Spinks trying to find something desperately, but leaves it now Hunter May just in a 1 versus 2. Knows what they both are. Simple is tucked on deep in towards Monster. Okay, reveals himself now, a lot of damage. He's getting run down.
That was a great flank from Simple. It was a matter of a couple of seconds, milliseconds in fact. I think Magisk was close to seeing Simple's leg on the flank, but he barely missed it. That B rush could have worked. Definitely from the T side, we saw the first few kills go in their favor, but ZywOo did a good job just staying alive for as long as he possibly could. Dido for Apex.
And a bit of analysis, there's just a bit of a lack of utility.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just...
Where are the flashbangs? Where are the Molotovs? These Deagles just given 3 fights.
Exactly. Just go on in, you know, put a bow on it. Full gun round.
Yeah, okay.
And say adios to the funny guns.
11-11.
10 rifles.
It is full serious.
We ain't messing around.
JL gets the open up. Spamming on through. It's out towards Monster. He finds that one.
And now the redirection comes in. Alexi B has a kill to work with, and he knows the timing of the smokes eventually will fade if Vitavi doesn't have a protocol to roll them up, and ZywOo is in a very vulnerable position. One flash, and that's coming in now. It's going to put him away. They didn't flash. Ima had one.
He was there, 4 flashes. He's sitting back with 2 flashbangs in the hand, ready to set them up. A single one would have completely unraveled it. Instead, ZywOo gets gifted a double. Now Ima now has to recover. Didn't flash for his teammates, but now has to clutch for them. Bomb is in towards water. He backs up, tucks into jail. Oh, spots out Bit, finds that first kill, ready for the Apex swing, but Apex is the one that wins it out.
I cannot believe he sold them out. He sold them out. They had everything, they had the setup, they just needed that one, that nose flash, the way we call it in French, we call it nose flash, into Monster, and that would have been it for ZywOo, completely in the open.
I don't understand why it doesn't come.
There was some miscommunication maybe. They wanted different ideas coming in.
Communication is an interesting question, right? With these rosters.
He even had it in his hand, and it feels like there was a conical.
He starts to just run away. He puts it away, decides to commit. And
we're gonna have to clear that in the interview. Probably just ask him, like, you know,
yeah,
what happened? What happened in this round?
That was
We're trying to understand.
Round. Starts to unravel, but no. JL puts a bow on the attack. Flamesy and ZywOo dropped at the hands of his R8.
Triggers a whole lot of rotation. Simple, by taking some real estate, has allowed his temporary teammates to rotate towards the A side, and we see that Navi are sort of falling for it in a way. Not that this 3v4 is easy by any stretch of the imagination, but Vitavi at least have players where they need to be. It's Bit towards the bathroom position, and Apex with the AK-47 waiting for that long push, and he's gonna be tested very soon.
Good angle for it. Bit's ready for this fight onto JL as well, but okay, Apex does draw first blood. The swing on wide comes through though. Imad finds him. JL's locked Bit out as well, so that's their pathway through to A. Bit does win that out though. That gives the opportunity here, a 2v2 retake.
Simple is undetected. He hasn't made a shred of noise, but he's getting flanked by Ima. Who is going to be the one catching who? It's Frank William Abagnale all over again. Catch me if you can. It's Ima who triumphs at that game. Bit now 1v2. He's being spotted and danced with, and Ima has an incredible round. 3 kills with the Galil on that.
I mean, it started out in towards Connector, finding that double kill as they tried to push through. A massive round for the T side after that last round fell apart. So a good recovery, get back into an even steading.
It does feel like an immense amount of damage in the body shot with this R8. What the hell is going on?
It's something like 80 or 70 something.
Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
It's actually out of this world. Round 25. And now is not the time to see shotguns and whatever the hell. We are very much playing this game to the fullest. Fast A take from Navi. They know that the money isn't great for the CT, so the A side is basically free real estate at that point, and they've decided to seize it immediately.
Speed, name of the game here. Flamesy trying to find the kill, does eventually connect. Keeps this attack at bay. Rotations can now come on through. There's even a flank pushing on through. JL with an important flight out towards the playground, holding for them both, and he actually finds that first. But Bit's just jumping around, dodging bullets. T's now have to reset. No space in towards A.
Yeah, they feel a little bit constricted, blocked by that push, and it's Ima who, the first one, realizes there might be a gap, but that gap has been filled by ZywOo, only with the Deagle, unfortunately, won't be able to triumph. Bit has been spotted by Spinks, that's kill number 32, and the B side has fallen. Great flanks from Flames, onto an unsuspected Fate, and Apex now jumps straight in for the silencer.
Oh, but he gets caught by Alexi. That's a critical kill. Flamesy is spotted as well, so his chances dwindle. Oh, but maybe not. Stoking the flames of the fire as he takes down Alexi B. Immer is now tucked on through though, and Flamesy doesn't have the read on this. No idea where he is. Immer spots him on out, and it's an easy kill.
Ooh, I can feel the tension rising just a little bit. You can see in some of these late round situations. It's a question of angles, a question of timing. ZywOo had read the round correctly, but he could not adjust with his Deagle on the B side. The rotation, the reaction from Navi was also very correct at that. You realize Bit is already behind you, in the playground position, which means there's technically a gap towards short. They go straight into it, sucked into the vacuum. Alexibi takes all the space he needs. And we are now facing the battle of a potential 30-round games, 13-12. And the pace is up again. B-Rush.
Straight in they go, and well, Bit able to find one. But the pathway opens into B, and they back out. They wanted to cause chaos, and now they completely reset, going all the way back to T-Spawn.
Yeah, they have to do it fast. The longer they wait, the more Vitavi is in a position to grab map control. So Lexibi is well aware of that. You can see how quickly they're eating away at that map control. The guns aren't great for the CTs, and I'm sure Lexibi is aware of that, so he's going to use that distance. He's got 2 rifles to work with against the only scout of ZywOo. The CTs are very much pushed back onto the bomb site, so the information is going to be late, and this is what Navity can use to kind of sneak on them towards Banana and the bathroom position.
Do have to make a move soon, though, because Flamesy has got information, and ZywOo finds a shot. Oh, a second as well. That is nasty. Spinks responds in kind. Gives him the avenue through, smokes it down. Keep your eyes on Flamesy. He's on that flank, but it's a safe plant.
Got the flanks from Flames, but he doesn't really have any target right now, and the more time passes, the more obvious his move becomes. So now either Apex finds a kill, finds an opening. Oh, that's it, that's the information he was needed. Flamesy now knows he can just go for the strike immediately, but he misses the shot, and now Apex is found in a very uncomfortable position, and 14 for Navity. They have Simple and ZywOo in their bag right now. They're 2 rounds away.
Not the outcome that anyone here thought was going to play, but you go up against Alexi B, you better come swinging. And with Spinks playing the way he is, it feels like nothing can stop him. He's on, what, 34 kills now? Doesn't matter that ZywOo gets this fantastic double. Spinks is so sharp right now. And they had all the information in the retake as well and just couldn't quite find that shot.
I like that we've verged into a fully competitive game now. Just for a while. We've had our fun, we had a good times, we had some crazy plays, but just now, in this microcosm, things are actually very serious. B-Rush once again onto flashes. Bit is going to destroy Jail. A bit of an ungrateful role, and he's been sold out by his teammates. There was not really any backup to that punch. He was thrown in. Good luck to you, man. We believe in you.
This could be Vitavi's way back into this. Opening kill found, but look at Spinks. He's tucked on in. He's waiting for it. Wants the CTs to go for the reaggress. Oh, the
Hello.
peek. Emmett showing that rifle prowess he's known for.
Yeah, Spinks is operating under the assumption that he's invisible. So he needs his teammates from the monster position to somehow draw some kind of fire, after which he will come into action. That's when he's gonna strike. You will see him wait and wait and wait behind that box. But when he's actually leaving his position. He's giving away the game because of that smoke.
Very serious here.
Very serious. Are they gonna attempt the boost? No. They're probably gonna just put down a couple of utilities. Spinks had the only utils needed, so someone's gonna have to smoke heaven. They won't be. It's just gonna be a flat out push. Maybe a flash from Spinks. This time it's coming. Look at this.
Yeah, comes on over. Flamesy does dodge. You can see him ready for it. And Bit swings. A perfect double. No trade yet. Rotations now start to come for the CTs. Time is such an issue. It's ticking on down. ZywOo's found a headshot. Woo! Oh, and a follow-up from ZywOo.
Yes, we have a game. There is no doubt. Bit triple kill with the famous. Huge defense as well from him. And then ZywOo comes in swinging to close the round. 30 seconds call, a push towards the very end to Monster, pop flash. The flash this time was good, but the pivot, as you mentioned, from Alexi was on time. This right here, thank you very much. Please come back later, we're busy right now. Bit did beautiful here, and it was all on his shoulders. If he doesn't get that multi, it's over. Woo.
Credit to Flames for dodging the flash as well, right? Very difficult position to do it from. Oh, the boost coming on through. Oh, Spinks is going to get this kill.
Oh, no!
Oh, that one was free.
Oh, and they're typing in the chat. They know. Everybody knows what just happened.
That's being NS in the chat.
NT try. NT try in the chat. Simple. Final XCB, that's towards Playground. Another one onto Magisk. He's waking up late to the party, and that's enough of Flamesy to kind of suck into the air. We're having overtime if we go to
I was just
15-15.
thinking it. I feel like I think we do go to overtime.
Production, if you want to whisper in my ear, let me know. In case of a 15-15, what would we do? What is the approach in
All
that situation?
5 in mid-knife duel.
We would go indeed to overtime.
Okay, well, I like
So
my idea.
we have
of the-
fully accepted the fact that this is now serious in the very few seconds ahead of us.
Definitely feels that way.
It is. Look at how they're playing this game. How can they pull that one out of the bag? 2v4, very low HP on JL. Ima's gonna have to be the one reclaiming map control, but it's 35 seconds and they're nearly at the beginning of Playground. Vitavi could basically be anywhere. You have all the map control. Look at this, look at this. He's saving. JL is despawned. He's despawned with 25 seconds.
Unbelievable.
It is happening again. And now they're typing.
Yeah, you
The
can just
second save.
imagine what they're saying. Simple's not going to let him save.
I'm looking at the buddy expressions here. People are very serious.
Simple's hunting. JL finds the kill. If they catch him after time, it's actually devastating.
I know. They could actually put him down after time. Oh, that's an opportunity.
Zyru, oh, couldn't quite find it. JL, though, does
He
fall.
does down.
That's huge.
He's got $400. $400 Renos. That's all he's got.
Not even enough for an R8.
All is contextual. Is $400 a lot? Do you have in your pocket? Yes, but not in a game of Counter-Strike. That's not great.
And it all started with that missed shot.
Why do we have to do him dirty like that? He's been doing great.
Motion miss.
The slow-mo miss. Swing's doing great. Give the man a break. Round 29 now. JL with a Glock.
He bought a smoke with his money. All in now. Try and deny map point for V2V. Simple's gotten up very close. Zyru's sitting back. It's the danger duo, but one of them falls.
He's baited for him though. Did they check it? They are not checking it. Simple has got the keys to the castle, but they do check him at the very end. So much discipline coming in from Navi. That was the bait setup. Zyru had done what he needed to. Oh my. 5v3.
That was your 2 stars. They were meant to go absolutely ballistic, but they fall short. Rifles now picked up for the T's. Jump peek does spot them out. Is a flash going to come? No, just going to be dry peeking into Alexi. A good shot, but now they swing. Emma finds his. Apex is still here. Unknown, able to find that first. Repositioning now. Knows he has to come up big, but they're trying to fight him, and he's found another. Bomb delivered, swapping now to another weapon, and he's still fighting. Apex putting them down.
The hero we didn't know we needed. Apex strikes back. We've been talking about Spinks, we've talked about Zyru, we've talked about Simple, but he is the one actually putting the nail down in the coffin here at round 29. Triple kill from Apex.
Who's the real superstar of this squad? These two didn't get anything done. It felt so perfect. Simple was baited. The trigger discipline.
It was a 5v3. Navi had all they needed. 5v3 full A execute flames. It's been a great job to bait, and Apex here finds the timing. Oh no, they had everything they needed to close. That double entry onto Zyru and Simple was supposed to be the round, and now they're facing the barrel of around 30, a 16-14 potentially on the line for Vitavi.
What a recovery from V2V. It felt like it was all over. Maybe there's a chance, but with Simple and Zyru fighting the openers, it's all falling apart. Now the superstars shine, and they are going supernova. Alexi B, 1 versus 5. Now he has found this gap. Walking on through, a knife kill, at the very least onto Apex. It's something, a little bit of recovery. But now they know where he is. Zyru's tucked on through, it's another kill. Is there a world? Simple is so low. It's possible. Oh, but the dink is enough. Flamesy finds it, and they win out the match.
A legendary clash. A legendary match. GGBet invites you to watch a special show match between Navi and Vitality, where these 2 legendary teams will mix it up and field unexpected lineups. Tune into the stream and make this event legendary with us. GGBet. This is real.
Well, we said things could get very serious here in Berlin, and so they have. This was an extremely competitive map of Overpass. All the rounds, all the plays, multi-kills galore. That was a glorious map to witness. I am fulfilled to the max.
Yeah, what a beautiful way to end it. That felt like a proper grand final performance. That was
Very
so
serious.
tense, so serious. You know, we had so much excitement throughout those first two matches, so many crazy buys. It started that way on Overpass, definitely a little bit of chaos in the mix, but it got very even very quickly, and then all the serious faces were out.
Yeah, it felt like a gear was switched at some point. You could feel it in the way teams were playing these mid-late round situations where suddenly you have to take into account the number advantage, you have to take into account the timing, and then we see T's waiting 4v3 for 35 seconds holding smokes, and I'm like, okay, now we've made it. We've stepped into the dark side of Counter-Strike where a little bit of ego comes up and you don't want to lose that game. And I can understand, and they, honestly, I think the show match in that regard delivered everything we could have wanted. We had fun plays, we had highlights, we had crazy guns, knives, Zeus, shotguns, Negev, everything you wanted. And then we had a competitive affair as well with a couple of crazy clutches. What else could we want?
I think that's exactly what you wanted on that last matchup as well, particularly towards the end, seeing ZywOo and Simple finally get online, right? It felt like it was the Sphinx show. He was out-fragging them both combined for quite a while there, and finally at the tail end, just when they needed most, they stepped up.
They've just allowed their opponent a little bit of hope just to completely pull the rug from underneath at the very end with that quad kill combined. You're absolutely correct. It took them a little bit of time to warm up. But we had other players shining. I think Bit overall has been great this whole evening. We've been saying his name on multiple occasions. Magis had a few moments, although this map didn't exactly start the way he wanted to. It was a bit complicated. It was a bit of a team kill situation as well. But we've had plenty of shining moments. This was great to witness.
And you got to say that Apex moment as well, right? That was the pivotal moment.
That's a turnaround.
That was it.
It was an absolute turnaround. I mean, listen, if Apex doesn't have that triple kill at round 29, we could basically see Navi just run away with it. That's the moment right there that we're witnessing. He had all of this defense completely crumble around him. He was left on an island in that kind of shield position, and he did beautifully at that. And here we had Alexi B, who was left in that almost impossible attempt towards the very end. Now, we do have to find an MVP, and I think we need the audience to chime in. We need them to vote to pick up the MVP of the night.
Yeah, there's a lot of players to choose from here. I feel like we have lots of moments. You know, we talked a lot about Sphinx in that game, but you mentioned Bit. I feel like there's a few other names you can throw into it. Simple, who went 3 for 3, won every single
That is
match.
true.
Only person
He is
to do that.
undefeated. Simple is undefeated tonight. Would you say that his name should be in the mix for MVP?
I think you got to throw it in there. He's the only consistent force between these 3 wins.
I think Banks would put him in there probably.
He would.
Unbiased opinion.
Yeah, very well. Yeah, a little bit unbiased. Who would you be throwing into the ring?
I feel like I've seen Bit time and time again having incredible plays. I mean, and he did it with fun guns, he did it with the real guns, different maps as well. I would probably say Bit. But it's definitely not my opinion who counts. It's the people out there. We're counting on you guys.
Yeah, you guys all get to vote for that one. We go to a very short break. When we come back, we'll be talking who won that MVP.
challenge. You've been on many international rosters, but this might be your toughest challenge yet, mate. How's it feeling so far?
I mean, it feels great, and obviously having Blade message me after what happened in NIP, it felt insane, and I'm fully motivated to make it work.
And guys, got much time? Do you get to enjoy player break much?
Not enough. As we had Vitality, we had Blast Washington, so to be honest, we had around 2.5 weeks to rest, which is not enough. But that's life, and I cannot do shit about it, so I need to move on.
You had a bit more of an extended break technically when...
Yeah, like 4 weeks, but obviously if you're getting benched, that's part of the player break. You need to worry about what's happening in your career, but I got it sorted out, and I think I got some rest, so it's nice.
Now, one thing I want to look at when it comes to leading at the moment, especially when you're playing on Tier 1 teams, is we're talking about the events, talking about how much you guys are having to play. How hard is it right now to reinvent yourselves, and is part of that the reason we're seeing these Tier 2 teams come up more?
Well, I think that basically our work is to work a bit more than any other players in our team, which is the truth. And sometimes you have to accept that you're not going to be able to work that much, because you have a lot of tournaments, as we talked of just before, when you have like our next 2 months are a bit crazy. So for us, we have one change player, so it's less work. But imagine for Navi that just started from scratch, it's going to be tough to work. And between, I think at the end of those 2 months, they will be dead already. And so it's basically really tough when because I mean me, for example, I have I'm getting older, and but no, in terms of CS, you can play less. I used to play way more than I play right now. So it's just a lot of like compromise between being able to work and rest, and it's not that easy.
And what about you, Alexi? Like, you're going to different teams, new strats, new ways to work with players. Like, what goes on inside your brain?
I feel like the amazing thing is, like, once you join a new international roster and the others or the full team has not played in the international rosters, or maybe some of them have, is like just the basic stuff like call-outs and everything. Because you can imagine, like, I've been in like 3 or 4 international teams, and every time something changes, like on all the maps, what you call outs and whatever, and your teammates, and some of them even have never spoken in English. So like the most basic things are actually the hardest ones, and that takes like a month or 2 to get the hang of it. But honestly, you can always see the progress, and that's what motivates you, because everybody's learning like kind of fast. But at the same time, we need to learn 6-7 maps, and that's going to take some time.
That is the end of it. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck with the start of next season. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
It was nice.
Well, we certainly created dream teams, but those guys, they were not messing about. That went from a show match into try-harding from start to finish. I was just talking to JL, and he said that, well, he needed to get a little bit tougher in that match. Then Flame said, well, he heard him from the other booth cheering, and that's when they knew they had to fight back. They gave us some entertainment. It was a good mix-up, but we've got our MVP award coming up. But before that, guys, for all of you guys watching around, do you know what? We peaked across 4 different channels, 3 different languages, at over 70,000 concurrent viewers. Everyone tuning in and enjoying the whole show. I hope you've had a fantastic time. Hopefully we'll do some more of these as well, getting it on land with all these people around. It's been a brilliant time. But I'm going to bring in Maniac and Lucy to discuss this MVP vote and discuss what we saw across all of it. Guys, you with me?
Hey, Banks, how's it going? Yeah, we're having a grand old time. I like that you talked about how competitive it got, because we had the feeling that this was very try-harding. Did you feel that from down there in the stretches?
So I don't know if you saw it on camera. I went into both booths, and basically when I first went into the, okay, I don't remember the team names, but Apex's leading team, right? They were getting tilted.
Ooh.
The fact that they were losing rounds.
There you go.
They were like, what the hell? And then like they were trying to play some more fun into it, but they were getting serious. And then that's like where they heard, so when you're in the booth, you can hear a little bit, right? They heard the other team cheer, and then they were like, okay, that's it. And everyone just flipped the switch and started going a little bit harder, so they definitely were, mate.
Yeah, that was absolutely sick. Look, we talked a little bit about MVP candidates. I had Bit on the top of my list. I don't know about Louis, you see?
Yeah, I mean, Bit's definitely up there. I'll just put a different player forward just to shake it up. I would say Spinks would be my kind of follow-up MVP, although didn't win that last match, so maybe not.
What about you, Banks?
Yeah, you know what, I'm thinking, not just Bit because of his skill and numbers he put up, right, but he was doing the show match special. He was giving us what we we wanted, right? Getting in with the Zeus, having fun with the shotguns. He was enjoying this. And the Negev plays. I've never seen so many Negev headshots, but it is bitter after all.
Yeah, listen, we are having a conversation about the R8 as well. I'm not on that camp. I want to have your thoughts on it. Personally, it made my skin kind of crawl, but it did have a couple of good times.
You know what? It's a unique gun that I think had its own place in the game, but I would say I hate it because I remember all the bad memories when it first came in. Do you remember that when it first came in? It was just an unstoppable pistol. And we were like, oh god, everything's broken, everything's horrible.
You want to defend the R8?
Hey, look, it made it look
Lucy,
really
do you
good.
like the R8?
I love it. It's fun, right? It adds a little extra element. There's that delay. Bit made it sing, right? It looked so good. You gotta give it a go.
Okay, Lucy, I'll let you have that one. You know, I'll be nice. I'm not going to fight on the R8 side of things. You never know. CS2, maybe they buff it. We make it viable again. There's some interesting, quirky ways to do it. But I think we had a lot of fun here, right? And that was the main thing. Some of these show matches can get too try-hard. We had crazy opening first 2 maps, and then we had this absolutely crazy game where all of them was like playing their own Face-It pug, but on land.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Look, show matches don't have to be all serious all the way. I think everybody gets bored, and that's not what we're in for. So we had some fun. We had crazy guns. We had Zeus's and shotguns and whatever the hell. But just towards the very end, we got to touch like these 5, 10, 15 minutes of really intense CS. That's all I needed.
It was a good build-up. Yeah. It wasn't technically a best of 3. It was 3 maps, right? We had very silly chaos on Inferno, which was very enjoyable. Anubis had a bit of that, but we started to see a little bit more serious, so a lot more rifles come into play. The auto snipers getting a lot of work done, and Overpass felt like the amalgamation of those 2 maps, and I think it ended beautifully.
I'm just saying as well, though, Simple won every single map. The GOAT confirmed even further.
I mean, I knew you would love that one. In fact, I thought you would say he's the MVP of tonight. I thought you would just decide it for us.
No, I will just say, right, he didn't put up an MVP performance. Look at that last map. I was like, come on, Sasha. Like, step up a little. Go. When they were try-harding, I was like, no, Sasha, now this is where you try hard too. Come on, give me something.
You're trying to poke him, like, come on, do something.
Go.
Do you know when we're going to get these votes in, Begs? Do you know when we are deciding that?
Do we have the votes in? I see they're all looking at something right now. They're all trying to coordinate things. Do we have our MVP vote production down here? There's lots of players, lots of people around me. JL just let out a C. Oh god, it's all getting a little bit too wild down there. Help me quick.
I mean, I would come down to have fun with you. It seems kind of fun, I gotta say. So
afterwards,
I'm a bit jealous.
Afterwards we'll do it, that's for sure. It's been a lot of fun with these guys though, because they're all in high spirits. They've obviously had a bit of vacation time. They've also got the new team smell coming in there. And I will say, right, Spinks put up one hell of a performance on that last map, but I'm just excited to see both Spinks and Flames together. I filmed a bit of content with them, and they have this good friendship from playing together in the past, obviously both being from the same country as well, but I feel like this is going to add such a nice dynamic to Vitality, man.
Yeah, listen, this was our starter for the new season. This was like an entrée, an amuse-bouche. We saw some of the new players, new lineups, we had a bit of fun, but I think everybody's ready for Counter-Strike to come.
Yeah, it's a little teaser, right? Like a little taster of what's to come.
But you know what I'm ready for? I think I'm ready for my MVP. I can see him standing in, so let's get into it. It's our MVP from the show match. And it is, Bit, the MVP of a show match.
Hello, man.
Hello, put the microphone a little bit closer to your mouth. You bring this one. Yeah, that's good. So, a show match MVP medal. You feel like you deserve that? You put the effort in with the Negevs, with the Zeus.
Yes, it was very funny for him.
At the end, we have to ask about that last map. You were really try-harding.
Actually, first time when we played first half, we were full just funny. And when we start losing, we just step up a bit and win the game.
I came in the booth and I was like, there was one moment where JL did something, you heard him cheer, and then you guys were like, okay, they're try-harding. And then that's when it changed, right?
Yes, something like this.
Now, being an MVP of a show match, how do you feel about that?
Feeling fine, but I want to eat a bit.
You're hungry now. You spent so much energy.
Yes.
You practice with the Negev. You still hit headshots even with that gun, bro.
Negev is very easy play with him.
Okay. Do you reckon we can see you pull it out in a pro match?
Sorry? No.
Only for show match then?
Yes, sure.
And Zeus kills, you love a bit of shotgun in there as well. You made the show match fun.
Yeah, Zeus was nice. A revolver as well. I have good highlight with it.
You certainly did. Well, do you want to say anything to all the fans that voted for you? They voted for you to win this MVP award, by the way.
Sorry?
The fans voted for you. Do you want to say anything to them?
Yes, thank you guys for voting for me.
There we go. A very happy Bit. Played well in the show match. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck going forward with the new team, mate.
Thank you, man.
And Bits in English has improved a hell of a lot right there. Look at his big smile on his face. I really do like that from start to finish. But that does bring us to the end of the show. Do we have any further comments from Lucy and Maniac? Are they done? Do we know? Where are they? See that? They are done. I don't see them up there anymore. So I think there's only one way to describe this, right? This event was legend. Wait for it. Legendary, absolutely legendary. We had legends on the server. We had invited guests who were legends as well. I saw shots rolling around. There was Angel from the Navi Valorant team. All different stuff going on. It was a big event where we got to raise a lot of money for charity, have some fun, and just showcase a little bit of fun in the season before we get into the main season. This was a nice warm-up for it all. I want to thank all the viewers at home as well for the donations, for cheering for your teams, your players, for supporting this whole event. I want to say a big thank you for the Level Arena. This is a fantastic area. I love the dome and what we have in here because you know what? It's a big cage fighting area. It's beautiful. And then also I want to thank to the studios around the world. Maincast, Gaules, obviously the Vitality and Navi channels, broadcasters out here. Thank you very much for doing that. The viewership was crazy. To break 70,000 viewers on a show match like this while the season's not even started yet, that is phenomenal. And then also we have to thank Navi and Vitality, bringing their teams here, their new rosters, getting us to display it in style, which I know that all the fans wanted to see as well. And finally, a big thank you for GGBet. Obviously they put this event on for us from start to finish. They've been making sure they want to put on fun events around the world. Hopefully we're going to see some more of it. They did one in Brazil before that at the same time. So let's see what happens going forward. And for the donation side of things, for anyone interested, I'm just going to get the date right. It's the 14th of July. The last minute will be your last time to do a donation. So if you see the QR code, you still want to donate, you can win some prizes. You'll be massively helping us in Ukraine because right now we want to rebuild that college. It's been hit by a Russian missile. This war still goes on 500 days later. It's just crushing. It's soul destroying. But there's been so much support from the esports and gaming community around the world. So if you can donate anything, it is greatly appreciated. And for anyone that can donate €5 or more, you'll be able to beat yourself into the random giveaway for plenty of prizes. We've got gaming gear from Logitech. We've got t-shirts from the teams. We've got team kits in there as well. And this will be massively helping to rebuild and start over again. Now, my last thing to say on this is thank you very much for watching. This was a lot of fun. This is very different than a normal event that we have. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. We'll see you on future events. Look after yourselves.